welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hearts together for the President.
Check, 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 check.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joshua Mpeire. I'm the current president of the Internet Society Uganda chapter. The Internet Society Uganda chapter is part of the Internet Society Global, and there are several other chapters in other countries. We are an institution that focuses on things to do with the internet, how to make it inclusive, affordable, accessible, governable, safe for each and everyone who uses the internet. So I welcome you all to the Internet Governance Forum Uganda. Yesterday we had other forums. We had a youth forum yesterday, and we also had a parliamentary forum. So it has been quite a week for us. I would also therefore like to congratulate each and every one of you who has made it possible, to make your time to come here and be with us, and submitted your session proposals. We don't take that for granted. So welcome. Before I leave the podium, I just wanted to show you some basic statistics on Uganda. I don't know if, yeah. Those are just statistics, if you see on the screen. I just picked out a few statistics from, this is a report from UCC from last year, I think March, where it says that 60% is the internet penetration in Uganda. That is, comes to about 26.5 million people. So out of the 45, there are 26.5 who are accessing the internet. The smartphones, those are the ones we mostly use for the internet, many of us, and of course your mobile gadgets, stand at 12.7 million. Those are smartphones. Then for the data usage per month, per person, was at 1.7 GBs. But in that same period, there was an increase in internet traffic of 51%. That's a very huge jump for just 12 months. So it shows that people are using the internet more and more. Personally, I also, of course, use the internet. I actually work off the internet. So I'm one of those people whom, if you took off the internet, I would be totally jobless. I would have to look for some whole new career, start afresh. Other statistics or facts that you might want to know is that Uganda has the highest digital-related taxes in the East African region. We also recently launched the Digital Transformation Roadmap, and there have been several laws that have come up on things related to the internet. And some of those are the topics that are going to be discussed in the various sessions. How are they impacting us? How are we making use of them, or what do we have an opinion about them? And that's why we create the Uganda Internet Governance Forum. So we bring together people from the government, from the civil society, from the private sector, the students, the youth, academia. They are all in this room, and we are here to discuss internet governance. So I'd like to welcome each and every one of you to this forum, and we shall also have another forum which Uganda will be hosting this year in the beginning weeks of September, called the East African Internet Governance Forum. So we'll be having our partners in the East African region also coming here to be a part of that governance. Yesterday, Kenya had their Internet Governance Forum, just yesterday. I think Congo will be having theirs also really, really soon. So these similar forums are going on in other countries, and you're welcome to be a part of this talk. There will also be another forum for the African Internet Governance Forum and the global later. So all these forums lead up to the big forum. Why? Because the internet is a place where we all exist. We are coming to it with different mindsets, different cultures, different way of life, and we're all trying to find space on this internet. So we need to have some governance going on. Otherwise, it will be havoc. You've seen the technologies that are coming up and their impact on the internet. Please bring them out, because these are the things that are going to affect the way you live, the way you earn your livelihood, your way of life is going to be impacted by this. So yeah, it might seem like just another conference, but actually the governance of the internet is going to have more and more impact. And you can see from the statistics, it is going to continuously come at you. So we need to be able to have some rules so that we have some safety. If you're able to have your livelihood without affecting others and others affecting you. So welcome each and everyone. Thank you for making time. Thank you, our partners, our sponsors. Thank you, guys. Welcome.
Another round of applause for the President. Thank you very much. In his inaugural address, Kennedy spoke and told Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Today, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to think of what you can do for the internet, because the internet has already done so much for us. Thank you very much. I take this singular honor to welcome our convener today. She is also the Africa Internet Governance Forum convener and former president of the Internet Society. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Miss Lillian Naluoga.
Thank you, Basil. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I would like to assume there was some coffee as you entered. Maybe the coffee has not kicked in. It is with pleasure that I welcome you today to the 2024 Uganda Internet Governance Forum. Very much excited that every single year we are happy to host this meeting, and every day, every year we have new faces, we have new partners, we have recurring partners. I would like to thank, first of all, the team at the Internet Society who are behind organizing this, but more so I would like to thank you, the participants who have created time to come in today and deliberate on internet-related issues, processes, policies. As the theme has it this year, building a multi-stakeholder digital future for Uganda, we are the future. When we take part in these conversations, when we contribute our voices, we are able to inform the policymakers who are ably represented in this room. As the president has mentioned, we've had a week-long, in fact, it's been a month-long activities. We started with the Uganda School on internet governance, which is a platform that we provide to newcomers around these issues. Because internet governance is, it has a broad spectrum of issues. We talk about policy, we talk about technical, we talk about social issues, and all those other things. But in many cases, at times we leave the burden to the policymakers to be able to think for us and propose to us what laws or what issues we want to look at when it comes to governing the internet. So we are deciding, we decided to break that and introduce these short-run courses that talk about, give an introduction, what is internet governance, what is your role as an internet user. So this has been done together with the Internet Society, which the president has talked about. It's been an online platform, but in future we want to customize this course to benefit Ugandans, to have relevant case studies that speak to Ugandans, and we see how we can help in building a digital future that will serve our grandchildren. On Wednesday, we had a physical school, and this course has been able to attract, initially we thought we would have it with policymakers, state actors, but the turn-up was a bit slow. We put in a bit of the private sector. So I would like to know if we have any of our scholars, because right now they're going to come out as internet experts. By show of hands, do we have any of the school? We have one hand there, a hand there. I'm sure there are others online that are following. Last year we had people from law enforcement, and this year also we were able to recruit someone to join the school. We had the youth UIGF, which took place yesterday, and we would like to thank the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance for always giving us a platform to be able to engage with young leaders, the future of Uganda. For the first time in our history, we held the first Uganda Parliamentary Internet Governance Forum. It was well attended with representatives of the Ministry of ICT, sorry, not the ministry, from the committee of ICT. We had the chair, the deputy chair, and his committee members. They were escorted by their staff. We also had members from, there's an association called the Uganda Women UOPA. Yes, I don't know UOPA in full. My brain is missing. Yes, and we were able to be joined by facilitators from legal practitioners, because when we talk to legislators, we want them to understand when it comes to making inclusive policy making, what are the issues, what are the angles that we need to look at. So some of our facilitators are here today, like Dr. Martin from UN Pulse, but also we had from Makerere University lecturer in law. We had also practitioners. So we are hoping that this platform will help us enable our members of parliament. Today, if someone went in and wanted to make amendments to the UCC Act or any of those cyber laws or the data protection law, the legislators are able to understand what are the key underlying issues. They're able to receive the feedback, take it, engage with their communities, and, pass policies that are inclusive and, engage, things that people understand, not rushing through processes. So we are here today, and we are hoping that, as we already had with the president, that this is one of the many forums that are happening within the region. Next month, the chapter, together with the East African community, will host the East Africa Internet Governance Forum. We last hosted this forum in 2016. It is usually hosted with the Ministry of ICT and the Ministry of East Africa Affairs. So I would really, really encourage and welcome all of us to be present next month, September 11 to 12. It will take place at Kampala Serena Hotel. We also will be engaging some of the legislators at regional level, so that for those who are aware that at the East Africa community, we are having harmonizing of digital policies. So it is very important as a host country for us to be there and listen to our counterparts from the region and share our experiences, how the internet is working for us, how we've been able to, be the example. Uganda, we are known for having the best policies. Our regulator is here, and we'll be hearing from him to, later on in that day of how, we are working. And many people come and, benchmark of what Uganda is doing. I would like to conclude by also talking about the themes this year. These themes are in accordance with the Global Internet Governance Forum that is going to take place in Riyadh, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And again, would welcome a huge Uganda delegation to be able to participate in that forum, because right now, internet governance is at crossroads with quite a number of many processes that are happening at global level. And it is very important that when we talk about the internet is global in nature, we need to plug into these global conversations so that we are able to benchmark and have a better digital future for ourselves here in Uganda. With that, we have harmonizing innovation and balancing risks in the digital space, enhancing the digital contribution to peace, development, and sustainability, advancing human rights and inclusion in the digital age, improving digital governance for the internet we want, and harnessing the power of artificial intelligence for social development. All these topics, all these themes are things that affect us every day. They are kind of broad in nature. And I would like to really encourage you participants here today, when we are engaging, we have these things. When we talk about harnessing the power of AI for social development, what do we want as a country? Do we need to have an AI policy strategy? What is guiding us when it comes to AI? These are kind of conversations that we like to tap in and also be able to guide the policymakers to be able to, come up with policies that are speaking to current and emerging digital technologies. Of course, not to forget that as the MC mentioned, I chair the advisory council or advisory group for the Africa Internet Governance Forum. I've been doing this last year and this year. It will be my last time. I will not seek reappointment. But these conversations feed into that subcontinental forum, which is hosted by the Africa Union Commission and the United Nations on Economic, UNECA. This meeting will take place in Ethiopia in November 13th to 15th. And again, as a country, we would really like to have our issues well documented, because also as a country, we are members of the Africa Union. So these conversations that we have here, whatever we discuss, feeds into those regional deliberations. With that, I would like to thank our partners, again, the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, the Innovation Hub, CIPESA, Policy, Enabel, the Africa Center for Media Excellency, and the Internet Foundation, who, without them, would not be able to have this meeting. And I would like to encourage all of us to join the Internet Society. The Internet Society, we welcome everyone, because our motto is the Internet for everyone. We welcome you to join, take part in guiding conversations, guiding, private sector, guiding the policymakers, law enforcement, because we all use the internet, and the internet affects us in different ways. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the 2024 Uganda Internet Governance Forum. Feel free to interact. This is not like you have an expert panel here We want it to be very interactive, very engaging, and we hope that you find the meeting very insightful and useful to your line of work. So welcome and wish you deliberate conversations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. That part of not term of office, I didn't get it well. You see, we can amend the Constitution. Another round of applause for Miss Lillian Naloga. Yes, yeah, in about 5 minutes, we shall have a panel. So use this time to interact, network, and we shall have the panel in a bit. It's a high-level panel on building a multi-stakeholder digital future for Uganda. And at 11:45, we shall have breakout sessions, 2 sessions, so you can choose one. For those of you who will stay here, you'll be having empowering women through digital literacy. And those of you interested in digital identities in Uganda will move to the next level, the ground floor. Thank you. There will be another breakout session at 2:15. Those that will stay here will attend Human Rights and Artificial Intelligence Governance in Uganda. And those of you that are interested in promoting women's economic empowerment and digital rights online in Uganda and Burkina Faso, the panel will be just down on the ground floor. So we shall have 2 breakout sessions, one at 11:45 and another at 2:15. On the high-level panel today, which is themed Building a Multi-Stakeholder Digital Future for Uganda, let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. Julian Sansa. Dr. Julian is a senior lecturer, Department of Network, School of Computing and Informatics Technology, Makerere University. put our hands together to welcome Mr. Tientenga Lionel. Lionel is the Intervention Manager, Digital Rights Project. Let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. Moses Kahwa. Mr. Moses Kahwa. Wow. Mr. Moses is the Head Legal Affairs, MTN Uganda. You're most welcome, Council. Let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. Martin Mubangizi. Dr. Martin is the Head of Office at UN Global Path. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. Waiswa Abdul Salam. Dr. Waiswa is Head Legal Affairs and Compliance. I don't know if my being Salongo implies that he's my son, but now you see, for me, I don't have gray hair, so it becomes tricky. Our moderator for this panel will be Mr. Sean Oseku. Mr. Sean is the communications consultant. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again. Everybody seems to be a little cold. So before I start, let's turn up a little bit. Let's do something a little bit that gets us, shake off that coldness and everything. We're not going to work out. Don't worry about it. It's not a workout. It's nothing to do with that. So it's just something that we are going to catch up with. So the panel will sit. The rest of you will stand up. Now, I would like to ask you to just breathe in. Do you know how to breathe in? Remember how we used to do it when we were little young? So, you pull in the air for some time, and then you let it go. So this is what we're going to do. On my count, we'll do it. So let's all do it. 1. Out. One more time. Out. Does that feel good? Does that feel good? Does it shake off some coldness? All right, let's take our seats right now. Good morning once again. My name is Sean Oseku. I am a communications consultant, and I work with CIV South Africa and literacy and adult basic education, where we support early childhood development for children in marginalized communities. But that's not what has brought us here today. We're here to know about the internet. The internet has been, way back, created as a tool for communication, but that is seemingly changing as the spheres try to change and go beyond. Now, of course, it started as that, but it's becoming a central tool to our livelihoods, to the way we live, to the way we communicate, to the way we actually take care of our livelihoods, healthcare, ordering for food, having to do so many other things through it. And that means that we all have a role to play in governing the internet. Now, the internet is also something very big to govern. It's ambiguous. Every day it's evolving. Many changes are happening. New technologies are coming up, and policies have already been done by several countries. However, can we match up with the policies, with the new technologies that are coming up every day? That is something that we are going to see tonight as we discuss. Just to reintroduce my panel again, I have Dr. Julian Suzanne Otim from Makerere University, and she's a senior lecturer with the Department of Networks, School of Computing, Informatics Technology at Makerere University. Welcome her one more time. Thank you so much. And I have Mr. Moses Kahwa from the MTN, and he's the head of legal affairs. Mr. Moses, you're welcome. A round of applause. Right, and I have Mr. Tientenga Lionel. And he's the intervention manager for digital rights project from Burkina Faso, that is with the Enable, or Enable as most people would like to say it. You're welcome, Mr. Lino. And I have Dr. Martin Mubanjizi, the head of office at the UN Global Pulse. Please give him a round of applause. And right in the middle, I have Dr. Waisu Abdul Salam from the UCC. He has the Legal Affairs Department right there. Come on, let's give them a round of applause. Let's appreciate these people. They're going to speak a lot of knowledge, and you're going to learn from them. That's why we need them right here. But of course, I would like to head straight into the governance issue. And Basil, may I ask you to give me another microphone, please? All right, it's right there. And I would like to start with Dr. Abdul Salam about governance, about from the side of the regulator. What are some of these existing digital policies and regulations in Uganda? Do they exist? That's a question we need to find out. And how can they be improved?
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You're all welcome to this very important event in the internet governance in Uganda and Africa. Like Lillian noted, conversations at this forum like these ones shape the discussion and the perception that the world has about Uganda. And therefore, when we convene here with so many people in one room, it's a good opportunity for us to share ideas, guide each other on how best we can drive this digital agenda as a country. As many of you are aware, internet governance, we are all learning. There is no single person that can claim to be the complete expert in internet governance. Because with the internet every day, new things are coming, we are learning, we are relearning, and as regulators, we're in no special position than you. We are players like you. We do regulation, but we also use internet. So we are learning from each other. And therefore, conversations like at these places are very good for us. We welcome ideas, recommendations on what we can do better to make this better for everybody. From the governance perspective, I can tell you that Uganda, we stand quite well. We have sufficient policies. We have sufficient laws on internet governance. As many of you know, this government has consistently been very clear that ICT are the key driver for the social economic transformation of Uganda. This has been consistently said from the highest office to, I think, the lowest official in government. We have many policies. I cannot possibly list all of them, but right from 2006, when the government decided to create the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, that in itself was the first confirmation that the government was indeed committed to driving and positioning ICT as a key driver for the development of our country. And through that, a number of processes have happened. At UCC, we've had laws passed, we've had regulations passed, we have had so many policies passed, and all these are geared towards guiding us to achieve the digital vision of this country. Many of you recall that in addition to the so many laws, in 2013, Parliament passed the Uganda Communications Act. That law set up UCC, not just as a regulator, but as an enabler of ICT growth and development. So at UCC, we don't just look at ourselves as regulators. We are facilitators of ICT development in the country. In addition to being the regulators, you know, we run the fund, the Universal Access Fund, which we call UCSAF, and have my colleagues in that department that are seated here. That fund primarily works on coming up with initiatives and activities that drive the uptake and the use of ICTs. And this has been done consistent for the last over 20 years. We have funds that we collect from the operators, and those funds are channeled to so many activities in partnership with many agencies, like some of you in this room, to educate people, sensitize people on how to use ICTs, to give devices. I imagine some of you have been to schools where there are computer labs that have been set up by UCC. You've been to public access libraries across Uganda. There are so many, and we have so many reports that document how many such activities we have undertaken. We partner with the Ministry of Education to educate people. At the moment, we've been focusing on secondary and university, but now we're even moving to primary to see how do we guide Ugandans from the earliest age possible to learn and embrace ICTs and innovation technology. Because now, more than ever before, everybody has got to recognize that you cannot achieve whatever objective you have unless you are leveraging on the ICT infrastructure. So for us as UCC, many of our policies are geared towards facilitating the use, uptake, and sustainable use of internet. As you remember, in 2018, the government, through the Ministry of ICT, passed the National Broadband Policy. The National Broadband Policy, if you've not read it, I invite you to please download it and read it. That policy shapes and creates the compass for the Ministry of ICT and entire government and all other stakeholders, including the private sector and civil society, on what roles you should play in helping government drive broadband access in Uganda, because internet is about broadband. Without internet access, without having reliable, cheap, accessible internet, we can't talk about internet and enjoyment of these rights that we're talking about. And in that policy, different stakeholders were given different mandates. Of importance, I can single out UCC. As a regulator, part of our obligation was to revise the licensing framework for the telecommunication sector. Why did the policy say that? Because we can't talk about digital rights unless we have robust internet connection across Uganda. The licensing framework we had before 2018 was enabling investment in the ICT sector, but it was not so much geared towards facilitating extension of service across board, but also encouraging investment by different players. So what we did after the policy was passed in 2018, the UCC, in consultation with the industry, we came up with a new licensing framework for the telecommunication sector. In that framework, ladies and gentlemen, and it's available on the UCC website, we liberalized the licensing of telecom operators, but also created license categories that are deliberately coached to allow big investors to obtain certain licenses where they accept certain obligations that ordinarily they would not accept. One of them is a license category we call National Telecommunication Operator License. That license is a big license. Currently it is held by 4 operators: MTN, Airtel, Leica Mobile, and UTEL. That license in there, we committed these operators to, for example, extend internet coverage to a minimum of 90% of Uganda. We set internet quality standards for them that require them to provide the same experience, the same quality to a person in Amudat, to a person in Kabale, to a person in Mayuge, in Gulu, just like us in Kampala. Previously, operators were driven by economics. Does it make sense for us to build a tower? Does it make sense for us to take fiber? But now we are telling them, you must extend service, because every person is now using the internet to access medical services, to study, to work, to innovate. So we don't want to disadvantage people that are working from rural areas. That is already in effect, and as we speak now, some of our operators have covered up to 87% of Uganda. And indeed, we are continuously engaging, monitoring them. So it's by no mistake that these days you can leave Kampala on YouTube and drive all the way to Kisoro when you are watching a movie on YouTube. It's not by mistake. It's because we recognize that ICT services should be available to you everywhere in any corner of the country. And we are not just stopping at that. Using the funds that we collect from the operators through the UCSAF, we also partner with these operators and other private sector players to, for example, go to the rural communities, those areas where we feel like it is very much unviable economically for the operator, for example, upgrade a site from 2G to 4G and maybe 5G. And using the funds that we collect from the sector, we've been able to build so many towers across Uganda. You may not see UCC at the front, but behind the scenes, UCC works with the operators to extend and subsidize their development of those towers. When you see those towers, they're all brought there to ensure that you enjoy internet access. But of course, the number of challenges. I know one of the issues that many of you will raise is the cost of internet. Many of you say Uganda has one of the highest cost of internet in the world. It's actually not true. And I want to encourage you to go online now and look at statistics. Uganda, yes, we are not the very best, but in terms of cost, the cost has gone down. At the moment, the average cost of 1 GB of data is less than $1. There are bundles that are slightly higher, there are others that are cheaper, but on average, it's about $1. Now, when you compare, even in Africa, the cost, we are not the best, but we are among the best, not more than the best 10 countries. So we are working, and I'm glad to hear that yesterday you engaged the parliament, because one of the cost drivers for the cost of internet, taxes. Now, when we have local excise duty on data, when we have VAT on data, when we have all these taxes, it affects the ultimate cost that the consumer will pay. If we don't have electricity, did you know that in some of your rural areas, the towers you see on top of those hills, they are the ones that make it possible for you to make successful calls. But did you know that some of those towers are run 24/7 on diesel? And you know that it's a fact to all of us that diesel, the cost has been growing. So how do we expect these operators, ATC, Eaton, Ubuntu, MTN, Airtel, to keep funding the running of those towers without them factoring that cost in the cost of data? So if we work together with all players to ensure that, for example, we have electricity across Uganda, cheap electricity, we make it easier for people to access land, to build towers across Uganda, because that's now another problem. We are receiving, so many people are now objecting to towers being built in their neighborhoods, especially even in Kampala. People are talking about 5G, 4G, but when our operators go to build the towers in the neighborhoods, you see people protesting because they have these conspiracy theories that those towers reduce, they usually front manhood, they don't talk about womanhood. I don't know why. But all these theories have been proven wrong globally. So we encourage all of us, when we see a telecom company building a tower, when you see a fiber cable being laid near your house, do not protest. Those are all part of the many administrative initiatives that government, together with the private sector, is taking to ensure that in your house you can enjoy seamlessly connectivity, in your village you can make calls, and you can enjoy all these services. I've spoken a lot, but there are so many, and I encourage you, ladies and gentlemen, to look at the digital transformation strategy for the ministry that the Ministry of ICT issued in 2010. Look at the digital transformation agenda that was recently issued. Look at the digital vision for Uganda. All of them emphasize the role of ICTs as catalysts for the social and economic transformation of Uganda. And we are here to listen to you, our esteemed colleagues, on how we can do this better. Suggest models. How has it worked in other countries? How do we push this to make internet affordable, accessible, and available to every Ugandan that needs it? And every Ugandan needs it. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abdul. And you have just pierced a balloon that was filled with air. That means you have lots of questions coming in from the audience, but that will come in a little later as we bring in Dr. Julian into the frame here. Julian, from the scholarly side, I want to ask you, how can Uganda ensure that its digital systems and services are usable for everybody and they meet the global standards?
How can Uganda ensure that the digital systems are useful for everyone?
Yes, how can we ensure that the digital systems are interoperable for everybody to use and that they meet the digital standards with every other place?
Okay. Yeah, so that's an interesting question because technology is not an end in itself. It's meant to give access. So it's very important that the systems, we don't develop technology for the sake of the technology, but that at the end of the day, the target users get to use it and to benefit out of it. So it's important. It's an important question to answer. I think the first thing is to understand what are these global digital standards. That's the first part of the question. What are these standards, these digital standards? And they are not complicated things. They're actually, if there are developers in here, these are things you might have thought about on the side, but things like developing for the user. What are the needs of the user? It's very unfortunate that most developing countries, at least historically, we just embrace technology. Like, we start from what is, and then we work backwards, make it work for us. There's a good thing in it, but the bad thing in it most of the time is we try to customize our needs to what is already developed. But it's one of the global standards, and some of these standards have been published by UNDP, the Global Digital Standards. The needs of the user, and this is very important for us because the typical Ugandan is not the typical user for which the global platforms have been developed. Yeah, the global systems have been developed in the Silicon Valley where they are thinking about their problems there. Or maybe also in India, which is a bit relatable to us, but it's most important that we understand what are the needs of the Ugandan. If we are talking about a transformation, digital transformation, we are talking about the 40 million Ugandans. So of these Ugandans, what is the profile of this typical Ugandan? And we all hear these statistics, but most of the times, us in our computer labs and in our development environments, pandemic was actually a driver for digital transformation globally. And this is because everybody needed to survive in isolation, and so the digital platform was the only way out. And so you find things like mobile money, everybody needs money, is a tool for digital transformation, you would say, because it's accessible even by the least, the phone with the least technology, the cheapest phone. So as we think about solutions for digital transformation, platforms that are useful for the Ugandan but also interoperable globally, we need to think about the profile of this person. And I would say this, yes, I'm a lecturer, but I'm also a researcher, and I head the Internet of Things Research and Applications Lab at Makerere University. And one of the things we have done is to develop, at least we have been privileged to think about the user, because when we are funded for our research, we must show the numbers. So that's another standard. You must measure the right things. You must show the numbers of your users. You don't just develop tech for tech, but you must show the users. So when we profile this user, being tech people, the first thing we think about when we want to develop a solution, we want to develop a solution that will work on the smartphone. But when you profile this typical Ugandan, they'll tell you, for us, we use the button phone. For us, we don't know, our fingers are too rough even to touch the smartphone. So we have to get rid of our biases and say, if this is for the Ugandan, who is this Ugandan? What can they afford? What do they have knowledge to use? And that's why mobile money is a winner, because much as you have the Momo app on your smartphone, typically most Ugandans will just use the USSD code. So we have to think about the profile of the user that we are targeting, and we have to think about the global standards, which include things like developing for the user, developing open systems, and we have a big challenge in our part of the world with open systems, open data, open source, even open sourcing our code. But that's a standard, and it's useful. It's a win-win, because if you develop open source, you start with something. You don't start with nothing. You go to the open platforms like GitHub and pick what is already there. Most of the time what we are developing, or what the solutions we are developing, someone has scratched a bit of it somewhere, and it's available in these open platforms. So start from what's there, and also make available what you've developed. Yeah, so that's why it's a win-win. Start from somewhere, but also avail. And when you avail, most of the time you'd feel like you're going to lose out, but when you avail and others develop on what you have developed and they acknowledge that further enhances your credibility. So I'll end with an example of what we have done. We developed software for weather access. And we developed it in conjunction with the government authority, the meteorological authority, and trying to understand the user. They were the first stakeholder because it's their mandate to ensure that Ugandans have weather access. But secondly, it's also the user. They led us to the user, the typical Ugandan who needs this weather information, the 70% who depend on rain-fed agriculture, who do not have access to irrigation system, and many of them who still think in March you do this, then in May you do this, which things have been overtaken by climate change. And it's a small success, but it's a success worth reporting. Why? Because in a period of 3 months, we had over 60,000 users. A free service, and not only did we get them in those 3 months, they have continued, the numbers have continued to grow, and they have continued. We can actually tell you that we have this user here in this sub-county. We have users across 135 districts, and we don't have the expensive advertising that the rest, that many of the apps have. This was a small project, funded, and the funding ran out, but it's still registering usage because the relevancy was in co-creating with the users and understanding their needs. And for anybody here that's interested, for example, in weather information, you can get it from the UNMA website, but you can also get it, your relatives in the village can get it for their particular section, county. They can get it by typing *201#. And let me just add this, because in developing this, you realize that it's good we're having a multi-stakeholder discussion. I've written several emails to UCC and to MTN. Today is my golden chance. We are on a panel together. I know you cannot commit on your own, but I need to bring this out. Many of these public goods, for example, this app, I would say, at the end of the day, you need to access these platforms. Yeah? And you want the person in Kabong and the person in whatever corner of Uganda to access this information so they can make decisions that will better their livelihoods. But even for public good solutions, weather information is free for all, right? At least it should be free for all. But you have to pay the licenses for the short code, and there is no negotiation whatsoever. You want to make some money out of a solution like this, and the users are paying MTN and Airtel to access this information, but MTN and Airtel are not willing to come to the table and say, how do we share the revenue? I don't know what numbers they want before this discussion can happen. And yet, ideally, you would actually want these people to appreciate that this is a service that Ugandans need, and therefore, what can we do together to make sure that more Ugandans get it? So this is where platforms like this are really useful, so that we understand. We did this as researchers. We went down to the farmers, understood their need, developed a solution for them. But sustainability is a challenge because of things like this.
Thank you, Dr. Julian, and I'm so certain that email is going to be opened shortly. And to bring Moses in the fray and talking about accessibility and the rest, Moses from the MTN, she has complained, but not just her. It's a complaint that is encircled in several places. Several people have tongues, but maybe the access to MTN people who may make this decision is a little bit a challenge to them. So I just want to ask you something. How can access to digital technologies be more equitable to people like differently abled people? Some people like to say these people are people with disability, but we prefer to call them differently abled people. How can these be equitable to women and children, marginalized communities? She talked about how the Rainfall app is helping them, but how can MTN get into play, plug in and play?
Thank you very much. Lovely question. What I'd like to say is, as MTN, we are already undertaking several initiatives to bring in the differently abled people. I'll give you an example. Just last year, we were able to construct and donate 5 computer laboratories to the different abled people. Equipped the lab. We were also able to put internet for that period of time. We did one with Salama School of the Blind. We did one in Masaka School of the Deaf. And we also continue to train these people in digital skills. So the different abled people are covered under the MTN Foundation, which is the CSR arm of MTN. And we continue to invest heavily in that. Then when you look at different people like the girls, we have a program called MTN Girls in Tech. Now what we do with that is identify girls in communities through a partner called Smart Girls Foundation. We identify girls in communities, train them in digital skills. This last quarter alone, we trained about 500 girls and placed 112 girls in employment opportunities. So we may not be able to do it all at the same time, but we're taking steps for the different groups. We also have a category for the youth. We have what we call the MTN Digital Skills Academy. Now this purely focuses on the youth. Same method where you identify the youth in communities, train them in digital skills, try to get them jobs. And the skills we are training them are skills that push entrepreneurship in the digital space. So we are making investments in that, and we are seeing a bit of traction. Yes.
That 500 out of 40 million.
Yes.
Isn't that a drop in the ocean?
Now we're talking about just the last quarter. So, and these are programs that can be scaled, and we are continuing to scale them. And also what we want is the impact. So we want to be able to have a solution whereby you do not only train, but now get these people into employment opportunities. And then also there are other programs where we have incubation hubs, so that these people themselves are able to create jobs for others. As MTN, we may not take in all of them or create jobs for all of them, but we want that multiplier effect, that whoever has gone through this program is also able to hold a hand for another. Yes.
So apart from Onesmus, how more can you improve digital literacy as a player in this space? How more can you improve digital literacy? Say, for example, you may, like, how do you accelerate it to a deeper community in Kabong, in Amodat, in Chegegwa and the rest?
Yes. We also have initiatives for that digital training. For instance, we have what we call the MTN Internet Bus. Now, this is a bus equipped with about 20, 30 computers that we drive to communities, and then when we are there, we train that community. Now, it moves across the country. So after that, we're able to identify entities like schools, because we want a sustainable solution. MTN alone can't keep training. So we get to schools and construct computer labs and equip them. So once we've done that, that serves that community, and we move to the next. There are other initiatives where we intend to do an incubation hub for each region, but we place them in universities. Because what we look at is the moment MTN has done this, that it should be able to continue to serve the community. Because you might find, as an example, you have 4 incubation hubs, but the people that are accessing them are several. And then also the security aspect of it. You can't just construct and leave it there. And yet you can't also take staff there to man them. So we are working with institutions that are already established to be able to have this sustainably continue.
Thank you, Moses. Let me bring Mr. Mubanjizi into the fray here. And I'd like to just ask him, based on your work, how can Uganda engage with international partners to support this digital transformation?
Thank you. So I work for UN Global Pulse, and it's an initiative that works around data, innovation, digital, behavior science, and futures and foresight. Now, back to the question. I think the way development partners can actually support a country like Uganda is by, in the digital transformation, Uganda has a digital transformation roadmap, which was made to streamline the work, which was made to streamline and coordinate the implementation of the Uganda digital vision. And in that document, there are lots of pieces that development partners can support. And I'm happy that there is a development partners group which enable chairs and UN Global Pulse co-chairs, which is also trying to streamline the support of development partners in Uganda in the digital transformation roadmap, because sometimes there are duplications, there are overlaps, and it's good to have a group like that that actually helps in the streamlining. But also, I think for us to be able to, advance in the digital transformation in Uganda, we also need to read these government documents. I don't know how many people in this room have read the digital transformation roadmap. Maybe by just a show of hands. Let's see people who have read the digital transformation roadmap. So you can see that there are still few. So if we don't understand what government is trying to do, and to see how we can actually fit in, then it becomes also a problem. And one of the things that I think could be done is also to ensure that these documents are unpacked. They are unpacked such that people understand what is in there. People should be able to understand how these documents, how they can contribute to these documents in their own capacities, but also in their own capacity, but also in the capacity of the institutions they work for. But also, I think the most other important thing is for them to know how these documents affect them, because sometimes my friend here from UCC has talked about several documents, but you will find that maybe startups could be affected by these documents, but they don't have time to. They concentrate on their solutions, their digital solutions, but they don't have time to actually understand how to relate.
What Dr. Abdul asked earlier, and it was the same thing. And I was going to ask a question back to the both of you, but I would come a little later. And the question would be very, apart from telling us here, that have you read, what have you done as UCC? What have you done to, enable everyone to do that? But before we get there, I would like to bring in Mr. Lionel Tintega from Burkina Faso. And I just want to throw it to you, and lessons can be learned by Uganda from other countries' experience. I know you've had experience with this. What other lessons can be learned for us building a multi-stakeholder digital future?
Okay, thank you for your question. I first want to thank you for the opportunity to participate and to support this conference. For us, Enable, we want to be the cradle of innovation, and so it's always a good thing for us to put together a smartphone, some cards to learn, practice, and iterate solutions in order to leverage the impact for SMEs, focus on agricultural value chains. And this is something really interesting that was developed using a multi-stakeholder approach, putting together some practitioners, so some agriculture, some SMEs that are focused on agriculture, some research institutes, universities, and also some startups that are focused on creating digital solutions. And Enable was at the center of the process in order to coordinate and to put all these people together to be seeking for what are the needs of the users, what are the outcomes they want to achieve in order to create a solution that is sustainable, that is cheap, and useful.
Thank you so much, Lionel. And ladies and gentlemen of the audience, I just want to throw it to you that in a few minutes I'll be opening the microphone, not the lines, but the microphone to each and every one of you who has a question. So if you feel you have a question that should be directed to any of the experts right here, please prepare it, because in a few minutes we'll be engaging with you to get more of questions and of course listen to them. But I would like to bring Dr. Abdul back into the fray. I asked you a simple question: what have you done as UCC, the regulator, as opposed to just saying, you need to see this, it is on our website, it is here. What has UCC done?
Thank you very much. Very good question. And it's good that we are here as people playing different roles in the ICT sector. Colleagues, when I stated in my earlier statements that ICT regulation is about partnership, it's about working together, I meant it. Everybody has to play a role. We can't do this alone as regulators, as government. We need everybody to join this bus. Now, how do you join the bus? There's so many avenues. On our part as UCC, I tell you, we have so many programs, so many initiatives. We participate in such engagements across the country. I'm sure some of you have participated in some of our engagements. We have a lot of media engagements, we have a lot of public engagements. The department I mentioned, the Universal Access Fund department, it does this almost continuously. They have so many partners that they work with, be it in agriculture, be it in education, be it PWD. You mentioned here, what initiatives do we have for PWDs? UCC has a whole program that just focuses on how can we enable PWDs to enjoy and access ICTs. And these programs, we work with different organizations, not just in Kampala, across Uganda, organizations like NODIPU, National Union for People with Disability, so many across Uganda. And we do a lot of calls in the media, on our website, where we invite partners to come and share proposals with UCC on how best we can drive this agenda. Now, you'll ask, how do you reach everybody? I mean, there is a limit. We do calls in the newspapers. We do calls on our websites. We have, our offices are open. So we all, as Ugandans and as stakeholders, we must move away from, I would say, the comfort zone of expecting somebody to come and knock at your door and say there is an opportunity here. And then you begin actively looking for these opportunities. Because if we go on TV, if we go online, we publish this information. For example, when we are developing our frameworks, do you know we issue so many calls, and on average, in our stakeholder consultation framework, before we issue any framework, as a must, we consult the public for a minimum of 3 weeks. But you know the disappointment sometimes we get? You issue a call, you spend sleepless nights writing a call, asking people basic questions. How do we do this better for you? How can we improve this? You publish a call, and at the end of the 3 weeks, you only get 2-3 people responding. Sometimes on our own, we even share this with stakeholders like you on the groups, email groups, but you call and no one is responding. So what do? We continue. The assumption is we must all learn that yes, there is a lot we can ask government and regulators to do for us, but we must ask ourselves, what is it that we are doing for ourselves to make this agenda achievable? My brother mentioned the digital transformation agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've not read it, I know I'm seeing many of you on WhatsApp. Use the minutes you're here. Go online right now, put in Uganda's digital transformation agenda. Digital vision for Uganda. national broadband policy. These policies are written in very plain English to be understood by everybody. Maybe the only weakness is some of them have not gone further to translate them into the so many local languages. But that again, we call upon you stakeholders in this room. If you are an agency and you can source for funding on how we can translate these documents into the many languages in the country, as UCC, as Ministry of ICT, as government, we are open. Can we work together? Because we recognize we can't achieve this alone. Those of you who are following events recently, we held the Global Symposium for Regulators. It's a global engagement that brings together regulators from across the world. And we had people from over 120 countries in Munyonyo. The theme for that event was regulating for impact. At UCC, this is the belief we've had for many years. We don't just regulate, we want to regulate to create impact. So I want many of us who have the tenets of doubt as to whether government institutions are committed to transforming our lives. Some of you only concentrate on the negative, you don't look at the bigger picture. I want to assure you that we wake up every day to just come up with initiatives that seek to improve and facilitate the use of internet and ICTs in this country. Only we want to call all of you. We are, okay, the moderator has called us the experts. We are privileged to be the people working, for example, at UCC. But I'm a lawyer, I'm not an ICT expert. So I don't anywhere call myself the know-it-all expert in ICT regulation. And that's why when I come for engagements like this, my mind is open. Propose, how can we drive this better to make it impactful to more people than maybe we are doing. And our doors remain open. I want to assure you, come with proposals. Let's do this together. We can achieve it for not just us, but for the entire generation.
Thank you, Dr. Abdul, and Dr. Julian will be waiting for you to reply that email at that point. And ladies and gentlemen, there's so many questions I could ask right now, because I want to bring in...
Can I say something about that?
Please do.
Because it's important. There could be so many other people there who have developed apps and solutions like Doctor here, and maybe they're frustrated that we're not supporting them well enough. I'm surprised that Doctor says she sent many emails. At UCC, of course, we do so many activities. I've already gotten her contacts. I'll try to follow up and know where her issue could be stuck. But what do we do? You don't need to know me. You don't need to know anybody at UCC. We have a free, open environment at UCC. Write a letter, write an email, raise an issue. But also, in 2019, in recognition of the role of ICTs in unlocking innovation, the government passed the Uganda Communications Interconnection and Access Regulations. Those regulations are intended to guide players like you, developers, innovators. If you come up with a solution, how can you gain access? How can you activate your innovation? You, for example, don't need to have your own shortcode, because the shortcode is a resource. You pay for it. But there are so many options available to you where you can use one shortcode, 20 developers, and all of you are using that shortcode to provide the service. But also too, if you go to MTN as an operator and you request for access, under those regulations, they're supposed to resolve your issue in 30 days. And if they don't resolve it and you escalate it to UCC, the regulations empower UCC to call both of you and understand why are they not giving you access? What is the problem? And then as regulators in exercise of our mandate, we can issue directives on how the operators can grant you access to turn your innovation into a reality to transform our people. So if you're there and you're frustrated, please come to UCC. You can complain. If an operator is frustrating you, we are happy to engage you and guide you on how you can turn around your innovation and bring it to reality. Do not die alone. We are here with you.
Thank you, Dr. Salam. Dul Salam there from Uganda Communications Commission, UCC. I would like to recognize my friend who is seated right here with me, Mr. Raymond Tonena, our side interpreter for today. Let's give him a round of applause. And I would also like to recognize my colleague who I actually worked with at NTV before, Maureen Nambalira, who is also our second side interpreter for the day. Maureen, please let the world know who you are. So for our differently abled friends that can't hear us, you can actually look at Ryman, or you can look at the screens, and all this will be shared for you so you can access or actually get to really know what we're talking about. So I would like to open my microphone to the audience for the questions you'd like to throw back to the panel right now. So somebody please move my microphone. And as we wait for them, this question goes to Mr. Kawa. Just as I wait for them to start up, I would like to ask you, how, as an operator, how are you overcoming digital change resistance? That is one question from me, but anybody out there who would like to ask a question, thank you so much. Introduce yourself one more time, stand up so we can recognize you, and then ask your question.
Hello again, my name is Yasmin Ahmed from Femtech Law, and yesterday I was a part of the Youth Internet Governance Forum. So one of the issues that she raised was the problem of communication and it getting to where it's supposed to go. So this was also an issue raised by the youth yesterday, because there was issues about how someone sends their information and no one responds to it, or that they will need authorization for something, but when they do make the communication, no one actually comes through. So that is my first issue. So I don't know what is going on with UCC, or if there's an issue, or if this is something that you're working on, but this was also an issue raised yesterday. And my other issue is on the cost of internet. You said that it's not that expensive anymore, and it's less than $1. The issue is about 30% of Ugandans live below the poverty line. If you want to make internet accessible, it must be affordable. So when you're telling me that we have taxes, we have some of the highest taxes for internet in the region, not even the world, but in the region. So this means that because of the tariffs and the taxes, the cost of internet is going to increase. And if it does increase, it makes it less affordable, which makes the access more limited. Yeah? So I find that what I want to ask specifically is, what do we see, where do we see Uganda going when it comes to cost of internet? Because as we stand, the taxes just keep increasing. So does this mean that access to internet will go down? Or I don't know, but yeah, that's.
Thank you so much. I have several hands raised. So just the gentleman in blue. Oh, okay, okay.
Hello.
I would like to give the second microphone so I can use this one and enable any other person to, ask their questions.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Jim James Gottlieb from Social Impact Uganda, Impact Zone Uganda. First, I was wondering how, if Dr. Suzanne's email has not yet been opened, how will someone who writes a letter be worked on then? But that's back to you, Mr. Salam. Mr. Lino said something that was quite interesting. He talked about we don't want to just digitalize, but accelerate impact. And it gets me back to the development of the different apps in Uganda. 70% you have said are farmers. And we have seen so many apps today being created in the farming sector, this, that. But how have they been impactful? Because they may have gotten a bit of traction, yes, but then in the long run, it phases out. So how is UCC as a regulator looking at this and evaluating these different apps to see that it's actually coming up? Yes, you as a developer, you have your idea, you have created a solution, but then are you going to impact us meaningfully? So how is UCC regulating that to see that we don't have just redundant apps in the country, but meaningful ones that have an impact. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to take about 2 more, just because of time. Just 2 more, and then we switch it back to the panel. Just 2 more. And please be precise with your question.
Thank you so much. My name is Stephen Twesije. I volunteer with the UN Association of Uganda, and I'm an IT personnel by profession. I would like to appreciate, in the first case, the panelists. You have been so very much deliberate on your issues, and basically to thank the one doctor from Makerere University. She really looked like as if she was asking from my point of view.
Okay, now the question.
And now the question is, yes, you realize that 70% of the farmers or population in Uganda today, they are not, they don't have access to information. And you find they really want this information. For instance, if it is finding the policies in trade and all that, they really want to find which policy favors them. If this person is a trader, wants to know which policy is in line with this and this. But this information is not disseminated to especially people in rural communities. So I would like to know from UCC, you clearly said that you have the Universal Access Fund program. What is it doing, or what is its position to make sure that your policies are directly transmitted to the person who is in the rural community, and or maybe this person who is illiterate? Like, he cannot go to the website like you said. I appreciate the fact that you also committed that actually we should move out of our comfort zones. But what about that one who is not able to move out of the comfort zone in a way that they are so You get me right? So what is your position to make sure that the information or these programs are disseminated to the rural communities, not in places like Kampala where we sit in boardrooms and ACs, we speak English and we end there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One last one. Please, the next person, I ask you to go straight to your question. We'll pick up from the other conversation during the networking time.
Okay, thank you. My name is Bruno Ignatius Namisi. I'm from Seasonet, Uganda. My question goes to the gentleman from UN Global Pulse. You talked about people plugging in through government initiatives. Is there any platform or a pathway for private players to work with big development partners like you? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And straight away, before I bring in Dr. Salam, because you seem to have all the questions hitting at you. Kawa, the question is, how are you as an operator supporting or trying to influence in managing digital resistance?
Thank you for that question. Emerging digital resistance is a cultural issue. So what we're doing about it as MTN is sensitization. Sensitization of the different people, the customers. When you reach out to these rural areas, we sensitize the people. One, basic use of a smartphone. The basic importance of having internet. Now you get to schools and people actually have never touched a computer. We had a very interesting clip where we went to one of those upcountry places I want to mention, and people just young and old ran to see a computer in a bus, computers in a bus. So the resistance is a cultural one. People have not been exposed. So when we take these services to them, we try to elevate that resistance. And then also secondly, we've invested into access to the internet. We earmarked last year about almost 4 billion just to create access. And we're doing this through the Ministry of ICT. So that people are not seeing the computer for the first time when they come to Kampala, but the computer finds them there in the village. So when they understand, one, that there is a computer, we've set up some of these computers in schools to train people from primary level so that they are able to build that culture of ICT. We are also, the resistance has also been from the elderly, where they say, like she mentioned, they can't use a smartphone. But there are devices we've subsidized to the elderly as well in some of these areas, and they realize you can actually use a smartphone. So it's a cultural issue that is going to be done continuously through sensitization and sensitization. That's the best approach we are taking to it, and we're trying to do that through schools and through communities. Yes.
Thank you so much, Moses. And Dr. Salam, I have 2 minutes for you, but I know the questions are many, but I know you can package them into a smart way.
Thank you very much, and the audience, the questions, the feedback is all welcome. Non-responsiveness to queries, I think that has come through. On behalf of UCC, we must apologize for those of you that have maybe sent messages to UCC and we've not responded. But I will just need to speak to each one of you to understand when you sent the message, how you sent it, so I can try to follow up. The general register for UCC, we have a general email that is managed by people, not me, but many people. It's called registry@ucc.co.ug. When you send an email to that email address, it will be received by about 5 people. So that even when me, for example, I don't receive those emails, but the team in office will know that this is directed at Abdul Salam. When I go back, they will direct it to me and I'll be able to take action. We have another email called journal@ucc.co.ug. But we also have several social media routes through which you can contact us on Facebook, on Twitter, on Snapchat, and so many other social media handles. If you go to the UCC website, you can get all these many channels. So colleagues, we know sometimes these institutions are managed by human beings, and all of us are Ugandans. So there could be those few moments where maybe somebody fails to follow up a process, but please, when that happens, escalate it to the next level so it can be acted upon. And we are happy to render support whenever we can. To my sister about affordability of internet, I mentioned that yes, as a regulator, our desire is to see the cost of internet going down. We are happy with the achievements we've so far registered. Those of you who are old enough like me with gray hair, you remember that about 10 years ago, the cost of calling was way more than it is today. The cost of data was way more than what it is today. That is not happening by mistake. It's because as regulators, we are using our mandate to call upon the operators to minimize the cost of their services. But there are so many cost drivers that are beyond us as regulators. I mentioned the taxes, and I'm glad that yesterday you mentioned that the ICT Committee of Parliament was here. I want to invite the Internet Society maybe to organize another engagement with the Committee of Parliament on legal, the Committee of Parliament on budget. These are the people that come, that look at the tax policies and measures being proposed by government. Engage the Minister of Finance, because I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, as an office of government, even when I have reservations about a tax, I will not stand here and criticize it. But you, the voters, you can speak through your members of parliament and tell them that it is time for them to reduce, for example, local excise duty on data, to reduce VAT on data. If your MPs make that decision, immediately, UCC and the sector we shall implement. And this is what we want. On our part, we've advised government in several meetings and engagements, and the Minister of ICT has also done so in advising that, for example, we should maybe for the next 2-3 years, reduce or even create an exemption on taxes on smartphones that do not go beyond maybe $200, such that you and our colleagues out there who cannot afford the iPhones that are very expensive, but they want those small phones of 200,000, 500, they are not paying taxes. We think that will be an initiative that can drive the uptake of smartphones and therefore the use of internet. And guess what? When more people join the internet bracket and they begin using it, even the operators, their cost of providing services will go down because they will have more users, and therefore the cost will naturally go down. So together, we can call upon whoever has mandate on reversing the tax policies to reduce the taxes. And then the other issues, unfortunately, as you know, the internet is not made in Uganda. It is imported. Our internet comes here through different routes, so that those constant interventions that we would want to come up with, but also there are so many bottlenecks. But I also want to tell you now, we have new technologies coming up, like now, provision of internet to consumers through satellite directly. We have a number of international players that are now piloting and working with our operators to now not provide you internet through the traditional cable or the traditional towers, but direct through satellite. We believe once these projects are properly tested and implemented, we are going to see the cost going further down, and once the cost goes further down, you and me shall benefit and we shall celebrate. I'm finishing. How do we evaluate the impact of apps? I want to be clear here, ladies and gentlemen, and not to create an impression that UCC evaluates and approves every app you see on the internet. No regulator in the world does that. As regulators, we facilitate connectivity. These apps are created from across the world by different people. And once you connect on the internet, your phone, your computer will access these apps. So as UCC, I don't want to tell you that we have any specific program that evaluates each and every app and how effective it is. But for those developers like Dr. here, we can work together and conduct a research on how their app is actually impacting on the rural communities. Through our Department of UCSAF, ladies and gentlemen, and I want to interest you to please go to that website of UCC and know what we do. These are the programs that UCSAF runs. Let me just run them through. ICT in Education program. This one we primarily partner with the Ministry of Education to build and provide computers in schools. At the moment, we've supplied the computers to, I think, over 200,000 schools across Uganda. And these are not schools in Kampala. Many of you, I don't know how many of you are honest enough to tell us if you've seen those labs in your villages. Have you seen them? Is there anybody who can say you've seen these labs in your villages?
Doctor, can we run through them?
Okay. Another one is Access Infrastructure Program. I told you about the towers we built across the country. Digital Skilling Program. This one we partner with many agencies to go beyond Kampala and skill different people, farmers, PWDs, the elderly, children in schools. We do this continuously, and we have a whole program dedicated to that. ICT for Agriculture. We have running MOUs with Uganda Farmers Federation, where, for example, we sensitize their farmers, depending on whatever product they produce. How do you use these apps to improve cattle production, sugarcane growing, maize production? We've done this across the country. Maybe the media has not covered this enough. Internet connectivity programs, we do this where, for example, we build hotspots in critical areas where people are conducting businesses. We've, for example, done a number of hotspots at the border points. We've done a number of hotspots in many public places together with our colleagues, NITAU. These hotspots are happening and are connecting people. ICTs for PWDs, I've already explained about that. Research program. For those of you who are researchers, UCC from time to time publishes calls for partners to undertake research on a range of things. When you see those calls, please give us your concept. Let's see how we can partner. Of course, as a government body, we don't have a lot of money at our disposal. So do not come expecting a lot of money, but we try to collaborate with you and try to synergize to bring all these issues to this. So colleagues, those are many, but there are others. You can go on the UCC website. I want to invite you. Go there, read, and if you have any more questions, our offices are located at Bugolobi. We have offices in Imbarara, offices in Masindi, in Gulu, and in Mbale. But also, we have an active team providing support to the online audience through the social media handles and platform. Please utilize them so you can get more information. And then to the NGOs and civil society, we are available. Invite us to participate in these engagements beyond Kampala. We will come. We won't even charge you fuel. We shall come and facilitate. Because at the end of the day, we are doing this together with you to make Uganda better. Asante sana.
Dr. ISUC is going to bill you for that advert that you just played right there. But I have only 2 minutes to wind down with everybody. So I'm going to give each and every one of you just 30 seconds to give your parting shots. I know we would love to stay with these guys. Would love to have a long day's conversation. This alone can just be the entire day. But what we're going to do is just ensure that if you have a question or anything that you would like to ask them that you've not asked in this forum, you can write it down right now, and then we'll hand it over to each and every one of them. If you can't write it down right now, we're going to make sure we avail the emails, and we will follow up to make sure that they reply every email that you will write. So, Dr. Julian, just your parting shots for 30 seconds.
It's just an observation of how to make this even better, the Internet Governance Forum. My parting shot is to ask the president and his group to consider putting an exhibition on the side of this, because the richness of the stakeholders in this room would actually ensure that the different efforts of the different people get huge visibility, including even the press. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Julian. Lino Tentega.
Yes, so thank you for this interesting panel. Just want to say that it's a really interesting opportunity, and as Enable, we are really interested on meeting different stakeholders that are present here in order to see how we can collaborate and create some better solutions that are centered on the needs of people. Thank you.
Thank you, Lino. And Dr. Salam, only 30 seconds.
Thank you. For me, I'll just say, colleagues, if you had any doubt that UCC is available to walk this journey together with you, please reconfirm that. We are here to partner with all of you. Everybody's view and opinion matters in this journey. Let's work together as partners, as stakeholders to drive this agenda. We can't do it alone. You can't do it alone. Let's work together to achieve more for ourselves and the country. Thank you very much.
Mr. Martin Movajizi.
Yeah, so, from my side, I would like to say that UN Global Pulse and the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, plus UNDP, plus other stakeholders, we are working on a national data strategy, which I think is central to, the digital transformation. And it's one of the items in the digital transformation roadmap. And to also talk about unpacking these documents, we are trying to do something in-house to see how we can actually unpack government documents through comics, through 3D and 2D animations, through miniseries and several things. So, watch the space, follow us on Twitter. You'll see all these things. Thank you.
And finally, Mr. Kahwa Moses.
Thank you very much. My parting shots from MTN would be, we have a vision 2025, where we believe everyone deserves the benefits of a connected life. So to advance that vision, we are doing our best to ensure that internet is affordable and to all. As an example, since 2017, we've reduced our internet prices by over 55%, and we continue to do that. So we are committed to walking this journey with the Ugandans. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. And that brings us to the end of this particular session. But we have several other sessions coming up in a few minutes. Please do not go away. We are going to jump into the next discussion that is going to lead. But to continue with this conversation, please write. Please write your questions. Please write your opinions. Please write anything you'd like us to know, and leave it at the table with us behind there. And we will follow up with you for every other question that you'd like to ask at that point in time. My name has been Sean Oseku. I would like to say thank you for being such a good audience. Thank you for all the questions. And on the sign language, I have my friend Tonena Raymond. Thank you so much for ensuring that our friends are also catered for. So thank you so much. We continue this conversation after that. And just before my panel leaves, we're going to have a photo opportunity right here. Just right here, we're going to stand for a photo opportunity, and then we allow the next session to come through.
I would also love to invite the president to hand over a token of appreciation to our moderator and panelists. Another round of applause for our panelists and moderator. The convener could in the interest of time, we'll have working tea. So tea is served at the back. You grab a cup and a bite, and then you sit right here, and we have the next session. I would like to take this opportunity Yes, thank you very much. I would love to take this opportunity to invite our moderator for the next session. The theme is One Step Further, Data Justice Insights and Lessons from Uganda and Beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Peace Olive Amoge. Peace Olive Amoge is the Africa Regional Strategy Lead for Association for Progressive Communications. Okay. In the meantime, as Peace joins us, we could take off just 5 minutes to grab a cup of tea or coffee and a bite. Tea is served at the back, and then we shall have a working tea.
Hello, everyone. Good morning once again. We are going to start the next session right away. I know most people are still picking something to drink. Please, when you go out, could you come back with someone else that you have found out there so that we can start the conversation already? Okay, we will get started. We'll have the panelists come in front. So I am privileged to moderate the session. My name is Peace Oliver Muge, and I will invite the panelists to come in front. Can we have Esther Nyapenti to take the floor? Philip Anyasiga, could you please take the floor? Can we have Stella, please? Could you take the floor as well? Hello, everyone. Could we please have people back in the room? Apollo, as you go out, could you bring the people that, I thought you were getting out, yes. Would we just have you in so that we can start our conversation? Okay, we will start the conversation already. Maybe when they hear us speak, then they would be faster and come back. We're very happy to have this conversation today. Our session is titled One Step Further, Data Justice Insights and Lessons from Uganda and Beyond. And we're very privileged to have this panel. All of them have worked on data justice or data governance, and we will be exploring a couple of things. And we will also unpack what data justice is, which I will not go into defining or saying more about it, but generally to just say it's a key framework that has been used to engage when we speak about datafication and talk about social justice. And the panelists that are here will bring, insights from their work, research, and also we will talk about some engagement or intersection of engagements that we have with different stakeholders when we talk about data justice. And my name is Peace. Already I said that, and I work for the Association for Progressive Communications. That is an international organization that works with members that are spread across the globe, and we have a couple of members in Africa, spread also across the region. Members or partners that work on the intersection of gender, technology, and human rights. So I'm very privileged to moderate the session. We don't have much time, so it won't have the usual flow, but we should have this conversation going. And thank you very much to the Secretariat of the Uganda UIGF for inviting us and accepting us to have this flow to discuss this. Without wasting time, I will invite the panelists, and you can just say a little brief about yourself if you would like to. We have Esther Nyapendi, who is from Women of Uganda Network. We have Philip Anyazika, who is from Policy. And then we are privileged to have Stella Halibatase, who is from the Personal Data Protection Office. So I will come to you to start this conversation, Esther. When we talk about data justice, I think it would be important for us to know what it is. And also, I know that WUGNET has done a research on data justice in the country. It would be nice to hear some of the findings of this research that you think would be important for this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peace. And briefly, I'll just iterate. My name is Esther Nyapendi, and I work with WUGNET. I am a technologist by profession, but of course, I was privileged to, take part in the data justice research that took place in 2021, 2022. And of course, from what Peace you have asked, I think for me to bring this conversation on board, the project was around advancing data justice research and practices in Uganda. But of course, it was quite a lot, and still, this should come last, but we have quite a lot of documentations around the research that we carried on. But basically, now back to the question, what is data justice? And you can all agree with me that there's so many unregulated data processing activities that, still go on, both by the public and private sector, as well as individuals. And, that, really highlights the data injustices that, are currently going on. And when we speak about datafication, where, small pieces of information about people are brought together, to identify who they are, that should be the context around, data justice. But also before I go to the definition of data justice, I want to bring my thoughts to where it comes from, the aspect of social justice. And that is a view that, everyone is able to, access economic, political, and social rights, as well as opportunities. And of course, what data justice does is that it brings the understanding of data and how it relates to social justice, in the sense that when data is collected, for instance, from the government or from individuals, from CSOs, that data is usually, it goes through a process of collection, analysis, use, sharing, and so many other things. But of course now, when we brought the concept and when we started the project, we realized that this was, a groundbreaking concept in Uganda. And of course, what we were able to do is to bring the three different stakeholders. That was the policymakers, the developer communities, and the impacted communities as well. And of course, all these had different objectives to this project. When I talk of the policymakers, I think we wanted to understand the different, analytical tools that they are using in terms of ensuring that data is, equitable to the society. Data represents people. People are participating in spaces. And of course, when it comes to the developer community, we are able to try to understand what are the guidelines that they are using, what are the ethical considerations that they are using to be able to develop applications that were for the people and not just applications where they want to actually make business and so on. And then for the impacted communities, we majorly wanted to understand if they are knowledgeable about things to do with data collection, data processing, privacy, and so on. But still just to Okay, still just to share with you, because data justice, particularly in Uganda, was a nascent, concept. A report by Denrick in 2018 says data justice refers to the fairness in how people are made visible, are represented, and also treated as a result of the production of their digital data. And of course, that really highlights what data justice means. But overall, yes, I could hand over to you.
Okay, that's technology for us. So thank you very much, Esther. Esther highlights key issues that when we talk about data justice, things that we should consider, the issue of access, participation, power, equity, these are things that we must talk about when we are having conversations on data justice or the data ecosystem. I will not take any much time. I think we should hear from you, Philip. Policy has done a lot of work on this subject. And I would like to hear from you, what do you think, how do you see the relationship between data governance and social justice evolving in Uganda? And you could also, because of time, you could also, share with us some of the examples, of digital outreach programs that you have worked on, designed, and implemented that you think promote data justice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peace. Good morning, everyone. I don't know if it's still good morning. Thank you so much for joining us for the UIGF, and thank you to the Internet Society chapter of Uganda for organizing this very timely event. Once again, I'm privileged to be part of this conversation, as I have been for the past years. Now, my name is Philip Ayazika. I work as the Director of Programs at Policy. Earlier on, when people were introducing themselves, I noticed that there were a lot of people that mentioned the word policy, and someone behind me, I think, whispered and said, but what is policy? So let me start at that point. We do have quite a couple of representation in the room, of course, for various reasons that directly speak to the theme of this year, which is on building a multi-stakeholder digital future for Uganda. Now, what that means is that as we talk about digital transformation and our agenda as a nation, we should be cognizant of who is on the table and who are we speaking to. Now, as people were introducing themselves, of course, we have some women councillors. We have the district chairperson. I don't know if I'm mentioning that very right, from Kabale. who are some of the partners that we've worked with through our Vote Women program, which is a digital leadership springboard that is interesting women politicians in issues of internet governance. Because again, a lot of us have been part of processes of engendering laws and then doing gender assessment of laws. But as an organization, we said, where is the problem exactly? Why do we have to wait for a law to pass for us to do a gender assessment of it? Because it is clear that the women politicians, and again, when we talk about the digital divide, we know that it is not news that the women, again, are still left behind. And of course, speaking about these issues, I'm also, an ally in the League to see that we get more women online. So that has been part of the work that we've been doing to see that we actually co-create a multi-stakeholder internet or digital future for Uganda, but also for the continent. What policy does, we are a civic technology organization, and our work revolves around the use of data and technology to engineer social change. But also we focus on how best can we help African populations, especially women, to take back control of their data, which is exactly what we are going to be talking about today. Because you can't have a conversation about data justice and you don't talk about power, control, and benefit of the data. Now, my colleague Esther has done us justice really and explained what data justice is. But as a teacher, I'm a teacher by profession, I think I have a role to kind of de-jargon this conversation so that people don't zone out. Because again, I can understand that when we talk about data justice, data governance, some people tend to zone out saying, oh, these are not my conversations, but they are. So what is data justice? There's two words in that. There's data, and then there's justice. That is it. That is data justice. Your data, what is data? Of course, I think for everyone who's in this room, you've all moved beyond the narrative of when someone talks about data, you only think about data bundles. So everything literally right now is data. Your name, your email address, where you stay, what activity you do, or this and that, that is all your personal data. But also we have non-personal identifying data that we continue to put around as we navigate the world. Now, many of you must have also heard about the term that we live in a datafied world. What that means is that literally everything that you do is data, especially in the digital space. And of course, we're at the Internet Governance Forum. So everything that you do in the digital space or in the digital arena is data. Even, what you search, that is all data, because then Google is saying, okay, person X likes, or person X just gave birth. Maybe that's why they're searching about Pampers and all these things on children. That's why then you'll go to your Facebook and then you'll be seeing ads on Pampers, because you're living around data points. But also in the physical world, we live around a lot of data. When you're entering a hospital or anywhere, and then you write in a book, that is all data that you are living around. Okay? Now that's data. What is justice? All of us know what justice is. I'm not a legal mind, so I'll not try to explain what that is, but we know what justice is. So in this conversation, I want to dwell on just one thing. For me, when we talk about data justice, it's about people getting, benefiting from their data. For me, that's what data justice means. And I'm going to give you an example. One of my aunties has a school deep down in Busoga, where I come from. And recently, I've been going there. Of course, she owns a school, and there's one of the humanitarian organizations that many of you know, I will not mention names, that of course have been very generous and putting up boreholes in certain areas and schools and all these things, right? We're all aware about these organizations, right? To improve access to water, they call it WASH, I think water and sanitation and hygiene projects. So they set up a borehole in my auntie's school, I think a couple of 2 to 3 years ago. And of course, everyone was happy that they had set up a borehole. But before we knew, again, this is a school, so we know that the main users of this borehole were going to be students, minors, and this is a primary school. Long before we knew, it had become a disaster. Of course, with things to do with hygiene, all of us know, especially those that have interacted with boreholes, but also issues to do with physical harms and hazards for the children. When you're pumping a borehole and pumping water, there's a risk of kids putting their fingers in the borehole and getting crushed. So this had become a real issue. So before we knew, they were even spending more money in terms of hospital bills than they were spending even to purchase water for the school. So it had become a real issue. So there was a lot of evaluations that were done by the organization that had given these boreholes in the community, and they realized that this wasn't working. Now, in the data, the much data that they have collected from this community and the school and the feedback that they had gotten, because we know that feedback is also data, they went ahead and innovated and said, okay, there's two challenges. There's a challenge of hygiene. There's a challenge of physical hazards to the children. What can we do? So they built a merry-go-round. How many of us know a merry-go-round? That thing where your kid sits and then they spin while playing. So they built a merry-go-round that every time the kids were playing during break time, they were pumping water literally by swinging and playing. Does that make sense? So every time kids sat on that play merry-go-round, they're swinging. That's how they were pumping water. And then the water was being pumped directly into the water tank. Why am I telling this story? I'm talking about data justice. All of us collect data. But if you can't deeply look into what is not going wrong, what are some of the challenges around the innovations that you're doing, and think about how exactly can I make things better for the community, how best can they derive benefit from this innovation that I'm putting around, then that is a data injustice that you're doing. I'm also going to give another example. In my readings, I read about a certain case study in the Global South, I think somewhere in Spain, I don't quite recall, of an NGO that had donated, I think it was an education system that was supposed to help refugees to access education and enrollment in school in a certain refugee camp. And of course, when they gave out this data, and this is particularly interesting because even as the government of Uganda, we normally receive a lot of donations. And in this phase of AI, generative AI and all these things, I'm sure we're going to receive a lot of AI tools that are supposed to improve service delivery. And again, I don't know if Dr. Salam is still in the room, who talked about earlier on that UCC does evaluation processes for apps that that are developed in the area. So again, the question here that I'm going to get to is, what are the criterion that the government uses before they adopt or take on systems that are donated by international and all these development partners? So what happened is that when they donated this system, there was a behind motive, okay? Of course, on top, it was clear that they were donating this system to help with education, enrollment, and better lives of refugees. But what they were doing instead was that this system was collecting data that was going to be used to profile refugees and illegal migrants, right? Now, again, as we shall be listening to the Personal Data Protection Office from Ms. Stella here, it is clear that we have a law, for example, in the Ugandan context, and it talks about, for example, why are you collecting data, you know? And I'm sure we're going to see a lot of these cases come on board. Even in during the COVID time, we did an evaluation where we're evaluating the apps that were coming up during COVID-19 to see, okay, how are these apps protecting people's data, but also, okay, the apps are for good reasons, that for COVID tracking, to see that the COVID pandemic doesn't escalate. But what is behind these apps? And of course, we found out that some apps, of course, were getting access to people's contacts and people's cameras, society. Some of us collect data from these populations that are poor on the same issue, poverty, this and that, the same data year in, year out, but the people never get to see a benefit. That is literally what data justice is. So to link it to data governance is really pretty much power, control, and benefit, okay? Who has control over the data that we collect, you know? Do the data subjects, and all of us in this room are data subjects, do you feel like you have the power over the data that you're giving the government, or the data that you're submitting to this NGO that is doing a research, or to this app that you're using to move around Kampala in a car or in a border? Do you have control over your data? In the case that you wanted to pull out, what would the criterion look like? Would they send you to write to their headquarters in the US? Or can they do that right away? Because the law actually says that you should have the power to do that. Then control. You know, I've talked about control, but so power and control. Again, we know that the ecosystem, the data ecosystem that we survive in, has that unbalanced power asymmetries, be it between government and the citizens. In this case, the government is the data collector, the citizen is the data subject. Be it between Facebook and the user, you know. Every time you use the Facebook app for free, you know you're the product, really, you know. But how much data are you giving to these applications? There are very many applications that you use. That's power and control. And then benefit. Are you giving any benefit to the data subjects that you're collecting data from? So literally for me, that is the relation between data justice and data governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip. And I think we have an understanding, you know, of data justice when you talk about, and you can relate to it in your work or your personal life. You know, is it is your data collected, and does it respect your human rights, your digital rights? Is it still respected, So Philip already has been poking you, actually, Stella. And before Stella takes the floor, I would like us to clap for her, and I will say why. I am not being biased, but I think Stella is one of the distinguished leaders that we have in the country. She's from the Personal Data Office of Uganda, and we know that we have a law that came in 2019, and the issue of data, personal data, is such an important conversation when we talk about human rights or digital rights. And Stella has been available to engage. She's been available to make sure that we have an understanding. And so I'm very happy that we have you here, and that's why we're clapping for you. And so for today, we would like to know what is in this law that that promotes data justice. What are some of the challenges that you have been having in regards to that? And again, it would be nice to know, what are some of the things you are doing to empower, because when we talk about data justice, we know that there are people who are very marginalized, the women, people Philip just mentioned, people who live in rural communities, people who are unprivileged, who might not have this understanding, how are you empowering these people? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, moderator, for those compliments. There's a lot that is provided for within the Data Protection and Privacy Act to facilitate data justice in Uganda. How many of us have heard about the Data Protection and Privacy Act? Okay, good. How many have heard about the Personal Data Protection Office? Okay. Almost the people who know about PDPO are the people who know about the law. But still, you'll find it's about maybe 25–30% of the people in the room, which means we need to do a lot of work on our side. Now, when you look at the law, under Section 3 of the Data Protection and Privacy Act, it provides for the principles that you're supposed to have in place as a data collector, data controller, or data processor. Many of the people who collect data from us are in any of those categories. They will either be a data controller, a data processor, or a data collector. Now, these principles facilitate data justice by making it mandatory for organizations who are collecting and processing personal data to deal with it in accordance with these principles. Because of time, I'll talk about just a few. There are about 7 principles. These principles are not unique to Uganda. You'll find them in any data protection and privacy legislation across the globe. One of them is accountability. That if you collect personal data, you're supposed to put in place certain measures that demonstrate your accountability with the laws. Accountability in form of having the right policies within your own organization. Like, for instance, a privacy policy. When we talk about a privacy policy, it is that document that documents internally what kind of data you're collecting, why you're collecting this data, how you're going to use this data, where to find that data, how the data is stored, how it is secured, and all that. Now, within that accountability principle, you're also required to prepare privacy notices, which you're supposed to explain before you collect personal data. Many of our organizations who are endeavoring to comply with this law will have these privacy policies, but obviously many of them are in English, because many of our websites are in English. And it's important that we cascade those privacy policies and interpret them and make them readily available to the data subjects. The data subjects include you and myself and all our relatives, our children. Sometimes when we talk about these issues, people think, like Philip, I think it was Philip who indicated that many of us don't relate to these subjects. And we don't relate to them because sometimes the language we use to communicate is not as easy for everyone to understand. The issue of quality really touches data justice, because when we collect this information, whether it's government, whether it's private sector, and in this case of technology, you also have a lot of foreign organizations that collect a lot of our information. Now, once that information is collected, certain decisions are made, especially in providing you a service based on the data that has been collected. So if this data is of poor quality, then it is going to impact you as a data subject, as a citizen, in terms of the service that you'll get. I always give the example of your age. Depending on what date of birth you provide, it will affect the services, for instance, that government can provide you with. Under our laws, there are certain services you can't access unless you are over 18 years old. So if you do not disclose the correct date of birth, then you may be denied a service. On the flip side, if your child enters a date of birth that pushes them to the age of adulthood 2 years before, then they will be accessing services that they shouldn't be accessing. I worked with NSSF, and the date of birth is very important. Why? Because it provides a threshold when you're supposed to get your Social Security benefits. So we have many people who would come in and say, I'm actually older than what my record provides, because they want to access their services. Then you'd go through a long legal process to, change the date of birth. So quality is very important. Transparency is very important. One of the principles for data justice is access, equity, participation. So under the Data Protection and Privacy Act, one of the principles is that the data subject must be enabled to participate in the process of collecting and utilization of that data. And that is why we insist, before you collect, explain who are you, why are you collecting this data, how long will you keep it, so that the data subject is in the know. The other one I can talk about is that the data controllers and processors are required to collect and process personal data lawfully and fairly. Lawfully means there's a legal basis for which you're collecting this information or processing it. And it can be that you are a government body and the law mandates you to collect this information. It could be that you're a civil society organization and you're offering services to the community, but before you offer those services, you need to identify who these community members are. So that would be a lawful basis, but you have to document it and you have to be transparent about it. Obviously, when you collect a lot of this personal data, knowing how important it is, knowing the decisions that can be made based on that data, knowing the harms that can be impacted on the communities if this data ends up in the wrong hands, one of the key principles is that once you collect it, you must secure it. There are other principles that I'll talk about, but obviously we don't have enough time. The law requires under Section 13 that as much as possible when you're collecting personal information, collect it directly from the data subject. And if I collect the information directly from you, in a way you're actually participating in the collection of that data. The challenges we have is that in many cases, the data subjects are not fully informed. So yes, I'll show up, I'll give you this information, but I don't understand the repercussions. Or you've not given me sufficient information that will enable me make an informed decision in regard to whether I should give you this information or not. So those are some of the challenges. In terms of the implementation of this law, the challenges are many. One of the biggest challenges we have is that there's a lack of awareness. This law was passed in 2019. It was operationalized in 2021. So we've been implementing it for about 3 years. Now, it is incumbent upon us to raise awareness. And I will acknowledge the participation of civil society and the NGO Bureau, which regulates NGOs. They've really partnered with us to raise awareness, and not only here, but in their reflection meetings in the regions. So through their participation, through collaboration with NGO Bureau and Defenders Protection Initiative, we've been able to create awareness across the regions. Unfortunately, that is not enough. We make use of government's free airspace, but that is still not enough. Why are we doing many of these things? It's because we do not have sufficient funding to be able to do some of these things. Would like to create, Dr. Martin Mbanji's was talking about the comics, the short videos, talk to influencers, but these things cost money for us to be able to do this work. So that is a big challenge. Of course, the limited budget comes also with the limited human resources to do this work. So when you contact the PDPO, there are about 5 employees that can speak. So it's either me, Edna, someone called Baker, Stephen. Many of you know them by name and face because they are the only ones that are there and they are the only ones that can participate. We also, as a region, have issues to do with data sovereignty. Because you'll note that, yes, government collects this data, but they already have that mandate, which you have given them through the development of various laws. But many of us are on Facebook, we are using meta technologies, we are using all these things, but they don't actually belong to us. And even the digital infrastructure that they are using does not belong to Africans. So that is also a challenge, because if you do not own that infrastructure, if these people are not resident within your jurisdiction, then even as a regulator, you're going to have challenges. The challenges are immense, but there are many ways we are dealing with those challenges. I don't have the time to talk about them. Some of them include collaboration. For instance, as data protection authorities across Africa, we have a network that we call NADPA, and through that network, we are able to reach out to these global companies to make sure that the way they deal with data, let's say in Europe, are the same privileges or rights that we are given on the African continent. The moderator asked about some of the things we are doing to address some of these challenges. Of course, we are doing a lot of awareness. Because of lack of funding, most of our awareness is digitized. So you'll find webinars, you'll find information on Twitter, on LinkedIn, and the like. We also make use of free government airspace, and we are also available. Since some of you are able to attract more funding than a government body would attract, when you set up some of these sessions, the reason we come is because we know you're able to amplify our voice and be able to create that much needed awareness that we need. We do a lot of capacity building. If you want to know more about how to comply with the Data Protection and Privacy Act, please make use of our YouTube channel. We do monthly webinars that are really geared towards the technical people that are within the organizations. Because as I indicated earlier, we are very, very thin on the ground, less than the fingers on this hand. So our methodology is to empower people within the organizations to do what ideally we should have done, more of self-regulation, so that if you give them the tools, they are actually able to implement, and then PDPO can do audits and the like, but then at least you have people within the various organizations that can do some of this work. We are in part to build that capacity. We've developed a training curriculum that we'll use for policymakers, for data protection officers, a practical, detailed training, and we did that with the support of financial sector deepening. Actually, I think on Tuesday, we validated that curriculum, and we expect that once we empower these people within the organizations, we'll see better compliance. FSD is also supporting us to develop compliance toolkits for fintechs and small and medium enterprises. We know our economy is largely supported by SMEs, so we thought to reduce the burden of regulation on them, it was important for us to develop this compliance toolkit, which will enable them implement data protection and privacy frameworks within their organization, and that support is coming from FSD. As much as possible, we've digitized many of our services. We have a web portal, which is pdpo.go.ug. The law requires that whoever is collecting personal data or processing it must register with PDPO, and currently that registration process is entirely online. Whether payment, whether getting the certificate, whether anything we have, digitized it. Likewise, even the complaints mechanisms has been fully digitized. We've been doing a lot of collaborations because they really help us in amplifying our voice and being able to reach as many people as possible. I've talked about the collaboration with regulators such as NGO Bureau, collaboration with UCC, collaboration with Bank of Uganda, collaboration with UMRA, which is the Microfinance Regulatory Authority, collaboration with UBRA, which is the Benefits Regulatory Authority. And if you go into these regulators' requirements now, whether it's Insurance Regulatory Authority, there's that requirement to register with PDPO, and then of course we are going to advance that through delivering compliance frameworks together with these regulators, so that when we come to you, we come as one government. We are supported by policy. Sometimes the interventions are small, but they have impact. This year we launched the Braille version of the Data Protection and Privacy Act and regulations. There's a lot to say, but there's no time for it. I hope I've shared some insights that can give the participants some knowledge on what we are doing within the restraints or challenges that we are having. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stella. And what you've shared is quite useful. And I must say that I've been one of the people that join really on the different online conversations that you organize. And they've been really quite useful to my work and for my information. So I would really want to tell you that please follow them on the different platforms so that you can know about these webinars when they're happening, because most of you are doing advocacy and work in your different stakeholders, and this is really a key subject in our work. So we must be aware, and we can also transfer this knowledge to the people that we represent or work with. At this point, I think we would like to just hear a little bit from you. Let's just open up a bit. I don't know if anybody, do we have mics around? I can also give this one. We can take the first 3 questions. Please raise your hand. We don't have much time. We have a hand there.
Yes, thank you so much, our dear panelists, for the very wise discussions. My question goes to Stella. Oh, yes, my name is David. I work with Women of Uganda Network. So my question is directed to Stella. It's in regards to perhaps what I would refer to as your cross-border interventions. We've realized that quite a number of times there are perhaps individuals who actually do unveil without the consent of various people personal data on so many of these social media platforms. But then it so happens that these people are perhaps in other countries other than Uganda. So my question is, what interventions perhaps do you have to check some of these people who have violated people's, data privacy, and are perhaps in some of these countries that perhaps the hand of the law in Uganda might not be able to access? Thank you.
Thank you, David. The second hand, the very last was first, yes. And we have so many hands coming up. Could we just make the question, no, not that, sorry, it was first. Yes, there. Could we just be very brief, just direct?
Thank you so much. I'm Kennedy Msekula. My question goes to the last speaker. How safe is our data, considering that recently I read one of the stories in a Monitor. I think it was Sunday Monitor, and one of the issues that was emerging in that story that I picked was that there is a conflict of whether we should entrust our data with Huawei and other players. So what I got from that story is that how safe is our data specifically among those companies that you are entrusting our data with?
Thank you very much. Then, no, in front of him, I think she was first. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Please be brief.
Yes, mine is very much in line with what he has said, and it's along the side that internet has no borders, unlike sovereign states where our borders are very defined. The issue with data, however, is the people who mine our data mostly are international companies. You're looking at Instagram, you're looking at Facebook, you're looking at... The question is, does the Data Protection Office have the capacity to protect our data from this kind of companies, or do they consult the Data Protection Office? Okay, I'm looking at it at the global scale, the global companies. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we don't... oh my God, we have so many questions. Mr. President, will you give us more time? Can we bribe you for more time? I think it's a very important conversation to have, but yes, he has a hand up. And then we have someone. Could you just come towards the mic so that we just make it quick?
Yeah, my question is to Stella. If somebody has finally registered with the PDPO and you have your certificate, the question is then what, as say your company, then what? What do you expect me to keep doing? The second one is just a comment, is that I think as ISOC, we, of course, collect some kind of personal data in order to even just do such an event. So I think that is something as ISOC we need to be registered with the PDPO. Thank you.
The last question. Yes, he's right there.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Francis Biaruhanga. I work with Technolegal Advisory Center, Uganda. My question is very direct to Stella. Enforcement is one of the key aspects of ensuring that our laws work. When are we introducing fines when it comes to data breaches in Uganda? Because our colleagues in Kenya are doing it and it's working. So when are we doing it in Uganda so that we can see better enforcement of the data protection laws? Thank you.
Thank you all. So yes, Stella, you have very many questions and you will just go ahead to take them.
David Wugnet, breaches that are happening, I'll call them breaches, that are happening outside Uganda. And I'll also answer the question from the lady who asked about the capacity of DPO to address these global organizations. It's a related question. Now, when I was responding, I did talk about the collaboration we have as the network for data protection authorities. That network is there to help us with some of those challenges. I think we need to be realistic. Some of these global organizations have more money, have more connections than even entire states within Africa. The second issue is that they are not within our jurisdiction. And if you're a lawyer, you'll understand that if someone is outside of your jurisdiction, it is that much harder to do an enforcement against them. These are things we realize, not only as PDPO in Uganda, but across Africa. And we are engaging them as a bloc. Surprisingly, they all have regional directors that deal with regulation and policy within the various regions. And they are normally very forthcoming when you're going to have discussions with them. So those discussions are continuing at an African level. The other ways that we are encouraging this is to partner with regional data protection commissions where they are resident, so that if we, for instance, have a challenge, we can then interact with the data protection authority, let's say in Europe, to be able to address those issues. You'll notice that especially within Europe, they also don't do enforcement as countries. They actually choose one country where the breach has happened, and then that country deals with that particular issue. So it is something that is work in progress, but it's not that we've ignored it and we are not aware of it. There are measures that we are putting in place to address these issues. Kennedy asked how safe is our data. I did talk about digital sovereignty. The fact that most of our digital infrastructure is not developed by Africans. It's not developed on the African continent. But that doesn't mean that the equipment or the data is not secure. The data is secure because these organizations still follow international standards. And when they operate within the country, it is incumbent upon us as regulators to ensure that we put in place those mechanisms that ensure that we protect our data. The last question was from I think it was the president. What happens after registration? Registration is the first step in this compliance journey. Once you register, if you note from that registration process, we require you to designate a data protection officer. And as PDPO, we provide a lot of assistance and a lot of training for the data protection officers. I did indicate that in addition to that, we've developed a training curriculum which we can use to train these technical people to provide these services within the organizations. So some of the things that I expected of the organizations, first of all, is to do a data mapping, to understand how much personal data do you collect, which sections or departments within your organization are collecting personal data. How are they using that personal data? You may be surprised as the CEO, sometimes people ignore the HR function. Yet the HR has the details of the employees. When you go to the procurement department, they have information on directors of organizations that are supplying the organization. When you go to finance, they are making financial payments to certain individuals who are providing finance. When you go to marketing, the marketing department normally has a lot of information because it relates directly with your customers. So you do that data mapping, you do that assessment. Once you understand where your data is, how you're utilizing that data, then you're required to prepare a privacy policy. That privacy policy then tells you how to deal with this data. If there's a complaint, where will that complaint be addressed? Who will be in charge? How long will it take? Beyond that, you prepare the privacy statement, make sure that as an organization, you train your DPO so that you're able to equip them with the skills to provide this service. It's so critical to train your staff. Data protection is not something that stays in the boardroom or in the IT department or in the legal department. It actually affects all your staff. Your information can be released by someone at the reception. So your weakest link is that staff who doesn't know their responsibilities in respect to the data that your organization is collecting. So there's a lot of work. If you're developing an application, I had a professor here talk about an application that is reaching farmers. That application could easily reach 1 million farmers. The question is, with that impact, have they done a data protection impact assessment? Because data protection impact assessments also help with data justice. Because without knowing the harms that can be caused or the inequality that your application may bring into the community, you're not able to address those issues. So there's a lot of work. So it's not about, actually registration is like number 1 out of 100 things that you must do. But at PDPO, we are available. We have, on the YouTube, we have webinars that actually tell you what you need to do. I'm ready to receive the application from ISOC. As I told you, even during the weekend, you can do this registration because it's all online. I think those were the questions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Stella, and for concretely giving us the steps that we should do. The question that I would leave for you to answer is, are you registered? Is your organization registered or company? And I would like to straight away just hear parting shots already. We'll start with Philip and then Esther. We don't have much time, unfortunately.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. I'm a bit offended no one asked me a question, but okay. I also have a question for Miss Alice as I close. You don't have to answer now. I'm sorry, Miss Stella. I'm so sorry. You know, how does the office handle cases of when data breaches are supposed to be tools to hold authority to account? We've seen this several times. Recently, just a few days ago, we saw Next Media's salaries being, and of course that was wrong, but what happens in such cases? You know, in Kenya, we've also seen the, what is it called, where phone numbers of authorities are leaked because people want to hold them accountable. So what happens in such cases? But my parting shots are, I think we can't achieve data justice without us citizens recognizing the value of data, whether it's personal or non-personal, because this is when then we start asking questions, but also holding people accountable. Whether it's a civil society organization that you feel has asked so much data over the years and you never get any benefit from the interventions that they keep preaching to you, whether it's the government that keeps collecting census data, but it doesn't translate into the budget allocations, whether it's anyone, any individual. So as citizens, I think we have the authority, but also it's our role to recognize the value of data, but also get ourselves upped, especially in this situation where everything is going digital. We're seeing a lot of AI. How much data are you giving to AI? These different AI tools, because we know that machine learning and AI is a data cow. We keep talking about data extractivism. I think the lady talked about how these big tech organizations continue to come and harvest our data, but we never see any kind of benefit from it, but also they continue to further perpetuate injustices and inequalities as opposed to giving us the very best. So just my parting shot, as citizens, you have a role to play in this conversation around data justice. And of course, this is just a conversation starter. At organizational level, at household level, you need to go a step further and understand what data do you give out, where do you leave it, what protection measures are existing in the different spaces that you're leaving your data. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think for me, thanks to Stella and policy, they were able to mention, some of the pillars of data justice, and overall there are 6. But to just add on what they have mentioned, identity as a pillar, knowledge, equity, were some of the things that, they kind of pulled out. But of course, when we're looking at data justice, we are looking at prioritization. When we're talking about data justice in the urban areas, of course, you realize that there's access to information and technology. Unlike for the rural areas, there's quite a gap, And of course, I remember even in the discussions, the impacted community, some of them were asking questions like, if they take my data, what's the use, I really don't care, they can take it. I probably need food. And that felt more important to them, you get. And of course, highlighting that we need to make this an important, subject and conversation moving forward, because there's a lot of data that is being collected from individuals. And of course, the question moving forward for us as we move out of this room is, when your data is collected, you should be able to ask questions like, where is it taken? Who is actually going to process this information? Who is going to share it? We know what Facebook does, sharing information to third parties. And for us to be able to achieve a society that is equitable, where we are able to access opportunities as all individuals in society, we need to ensure that all of us are represented. And that means both the urban people and people living in the rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stella, would you like to say a quick one, parting shot?
Okay, thank you. I can't leave the room and not answer Philip's question. The law mandates us to investigate, and we do investigate. Of course, sometimes it takes long, really, really long, because we have to deal with other stakeholder organizations to do this work. We've been supported by CID. They've delegated or sent us 2 detectives to try and fast track some of those investigations. As a parting shot, this journey that was started in 2021 is not for the PDP or Stella alone, because all of us are data subjects, our family members are data subjects. How our data is utilized, how it's collected, who uses it is important to all of us. So I would like to urge you to educate yourselves. Sometimes as Ugandans, it's good to throw out all those comments, but in actual sense, you've not made an effort to read, to understand, to reach out. So let's educate ourselves and in turn, educate other people. If you're able to do it in your local language, please do so. On our side as PDPO, we are doing the best we can within the means that we have currently. I leave you with a proverb: a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. So I don't know where we are right now, but we shall do the 1,000 miles. Thank you.
Maybe more, more and louder hand clap. Yeah. So yes, I think I haven't been privileged to say what APC is also doing to this move toward data justice. We convened the African School on Internet Governance, and this school is happening most certainly in November, prior to the Africa Internet Governance Forum. And last year, this year, and next year, we are focused on data governance, just to show you how it is a matter of importance to all of us. Last year, the school looked at the AU, African Union's policy framework. This year, we are looking at the digital protocol. So we are convening different multi-stakeholders to discuss these issues. So I want to just tell you, all of you, that please put your hand, put all your efforts to ensure that we have privacy respected and we have our personal data protected. Thank you all for your time, for your questions. We are very sorry that we did not have much time, but I think we've had a very great conversation as a moderator. I have had a great time to moderate this session and to listen and learn from all of you. Thank you so much. We are done.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for our panelists and our moderator. They'll take a few photos here, and up is okay. And they'll be receiving gifts from the president of the Internet Society. After this session, we are having breakout sessions, 2. Those that are interested in digital identities in Uganda, mitigating its threats and impact on independent journalism in Uganda. Those in charge, photographs. Okay, as I don't know, as the people in charge come, digital identities in Uganda will be in room 1B, just below this one, this same block. Mitigating its threats and impacts on independent journalism in Uganda. The panelists will be Mr. Daniel Lutaya, who is the Managing Director, News 24/7, Miss Edna Kasozi, who is Manager Licensing and Legal Affairs, Personal Data Protection Office, Miss Brenda Namata, who is the Programs Coordinator, Strategic Gender Initiatives and Advocacy Policy. Mr. Apollo will be the moderator in that session. For those of you that are interested in empowering women through digital literacy, insights from the Zimba Women and Penda Capital Skilling Program, her Digital Future UG, you will keep here. Our moderator, Peace, will be taking us through that as well. I'll allow her invite the panelists when the time comes. Thank you very much. Esther gave us a very good parting shot. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. And then she was asking about when we make the step. The Americans say, just start. So if you start today, the better. Peace, I would love you to stay because you will moderate the next session. Yes, those that are interested in empowering women through digital literacy may stay. Those that are interested into digital identities in Uganda will move to the room below on this very block, room 1B. After those sessions, after the breakout sessions, lunch will be served. Coupons will be given to you, and then we'll direct you to where lunch will be. Let's give them a few minutes to make up their minds, and then we can start. Just to remind you, this has been a week of various activities, from the School of Internet Governance to the Parliamentary Forum, and we are winding it up today with the Uganda Internet Governance Forum. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's put our hands together for peace. Oliver Muge.
Thank you very much. And I think everybody has an interest to stay here and discuss how we can empower women through digital literacy. You're most welcome to stay if you don't want to go. And I will right away invite my dear panelists who are in the room to take the stage. We have Mark Tumsime, please could you take the floor? And then we have Andrew Muhezi, could you please take the floor? So yes, I have switched my mind from data justice to women's digital literacy. It's something that is very close to my heart. For very many years, I was working on women empowerment, you know, ensuring that we have women using technology as same as we have men. So this session is empowering women through digital literacy, and we are going to have insights from the Zimba Women and Penda Capital Skilling Program. They did a research, and you know, when we talk about some of these issues, we're usually asking about statistics. So it's important that this session is very anchored on the study that these two organizations did. I will give the two panelists to say something, but be sure that we're going to have conversations and listen from you and hear your comments and contributions to this conversation, because it's something that we all face or interact with every day, you know, when we talk about digital literacy. And so without wasting time, I will straight away like to invite Andrew to give us an overview of this project. And Andrew, please take a few minutes just to introduce yourself so that we can know you better. Thank you.
Thank you, Peace. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Some vibes in the room. Eh? I know it's lunchtime for most of us, so bear with us. We'll try and engage you as much as we can. By way of introduction, my name is Andrew Muhwezi. I am the founding CEO at Penda Capital. Penda Capital is a Ugandan-founded organization that is involved in microfinance, financial and digital literacy, as well as consulting. We have had the privilege recently of undertaking a digital skilling program funded by the Uganda Communications Commission in partnership with Penda Capital and Zimba Women. So we're here to share insights, but also get to pick your brains around what you think could be done better going forward. Please bear with us. We have few ladies at the front. It's not intentional to abuse the gender agenda, but lately we've discovered that also the gender agenda is best presented by men, which is why I'll give my colleague Mark from Zimba Women an opportunity to introduce himself.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrew. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Mark Tusime. I am the programs lead at Zimba Women, and I was privileged to be taking lead on this specific project, which is Her Digital Future, where we want to see an inclusive digital ecosystem within the country and Africa. I represent the women in Uganda, and I'll speak on their behalf. But it's a privilege to be here and share a few insights of what we got to learn and see a way forward on how best we can have a more inclusive and engaging ecosystem.
Okay, so please, if you allow, before we introduce the project that we undertook, let's listen to Eunice Chandiru, all the way from Otuke district.
Smartphone ya yuzu di madrieresi tema avina ikosi ini fezo ama uniri ama bari zingoni dika bari opingoni ari madria ba fi internet yangoni di dria monira dika ma divina ikosi kakivini ngamu sa vlerisi kakivina jia mani afadiki awadria balo alu madria rivina ikorona wadifo.
Thank you very much. I hope that quite nicely introduces what we were up to in northern Uganda. Let me start by giving you context. According to the most recent data report analysis, we're a country of 49.3 million people as of January 2025. And of those, 51% approximately are women. And about 74% of our population is in rural areas. Only just about 14 million people have access to the internet. And yet, we have about 33 million people who are using smartphones. So you can tell just from that there is still need for people to access internet, smartphones, and become digitally aware. Our partnership with the Uganda Communications Commission was intended to bridge the gap between, the digital gender gap. And we were focused on empowering women in rural areas in the 7 districts of Otuke, Koboko, Dokolo, Kitugum, Dokolo, and Zombo to make sure that they use these skills to enhance their livelihoods, make work more exciting, and take themselves out of the poverty trap. What did we do? We started by undertaking what we call a baseline survey. This involved us going to the different locations and understanding what their actual needs are. So it's one thing to sit in Kampala and prescribe a solution for someone in Kitugum municipality, but it's another thing for you to go there and understand what exactly they want to study about. It could be that they want to learn email creation, but maybe not Gmail. maybe some other type. It could be that they want to know what smartphones do, but just to understand what a few applications do. After doing that, we tailored curriculums to respond to the need in the different locations. And then we identified local talent in these locations to train and skill these women in local language. Remember, we're skilling farmers, teachers, entrepreneurs, young girls, what we call adult women, everyone in one scope, but trying to make sure that we address the needs that they have identified for themselves. My colleague Mark will talk about the statistics and some of the exciting things we found out and challenges, but what I can tell you is that there is a huge need out there, guys. For some of the things that we take for granted here, like owning a smartphone and playing with applications, it is a luxury out there. I tend to use my own mother's example. Before someone proposed that we should buy her a smartphone, I never thought that she would get the hang of things. I was actually anti it, I must admit. But today, there's no such thing that gives her joy than the capability to call any of us when she desires to. Ability to share pictures when it is convenient. You have no idea how powerful some of these things are for some of the women that we're advocating for. So we want to thank the UCC, of course, for working with us and invite that we join the bandwagon to skill people out there digitally and bring them into the digital forum.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for introducing us to this project. And I think we all agree with what he said. You know, when we talk about access to technology, digital divide, the gender digital divide, you know, we have the gender digital divide, we have the urban rural divide, you know, we have, you know, the income, the people that earn more and the people that don't earn much, you know. So these are things that really affect the use, the access of technology. And we're very happy to have some people that really, like Women of Uganda Network, that has been doing quite a bit of work in this. It's very nice to have all of you, plus the Zimba women and Penda, all in the room to discuss this issue. So I think it would be nice to just hear from you. We had a little bit from the video about this lady just, you know, sharing her excitement, I think, you know, that she's able to access or use, you know, the skills that she's been able to have. You know, what are some of those that we have not had that it would be nice to know about?
Okay, thank you very much. So I would like to start with just something small that I quoted a few weeks back in a session that I think I saw Maureen in the room, and then I remembered what I mentioned during the UIGF summit. Women are more willing to learn and accepting to knowledge than men, as per Uganda is involved. So you'll find more women attracted to such interventions where they get to grow their skills and knowledge to build themselves. So in regards to this, a few statistics that we did see during this project, and starting from the time that we did a needs assessment to currently when we're monitoring the impact that we created in those 7 districts. Just specifically for Northern Uganda, you'll find there is a 91% of the women in Northern Uganda own feature phones, not smartphones. So they don't have access to certain technologies that we might be speaking of here in Kampala or in different other parts of central Uganda. And this speaks to what Dr. Julian mentioned earlier, that we are embracing so much of the Silicon Valley technologies, and we are forgetting about, we are not developing technologies that are going to speak to the population within Uganda. Then we also noticed that the internet coverage within these parts of the country is quite minimal. Personally, I think Andrew can attest to this. We had difficulty connecting to the internet yes, there have been efforts to extend, build on the infrastructure and all that, but we still had a bit of difficulty trying to connect to the internet. But this is something that we are having conversations to see to the betterment of the infrastructure, and is on the process on how we can extend the digital literacy to these women in the informal sector. You also noticed we originally, I think this is something that blew my mind. We had planned to train about 900 women within these 3 districts, but we had overwhelming numbers, which speaks to exactly what I mentioned earlier. Women are very receptive to this information. I'll give an example. Dokolo, we had planned for about 130. We had over 250 women attending the sessions, and they did benefit. And some of the success stories have been, I think it was in the video that you saw. And there is more to this in the report that we drafted. Some of the success stories, I mean, the video speaks to one of them. There are some that we are following up with to see how best we can digitize their businesses, and yeah, and much more, and getting to see how we can, for those that are interested, how we can grow their tech journey with them and further the experience in build in how to build their knowledge. Say someone wants to be a software engineer, see how we can connect them to the best on the best route, and so they can take on their journey. Just in addition to, also to add to what Andrew had mentioned, one of the key insights that we as Zimba women would like to highlight more on is digital innovation. Would like to help and support these women to build more products that speak to their needs and the needs of their communities through digital innovation. And this is an intervention that we're trying to incorporate within the Hard Digital Future project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, for sharing with us what you were able to see while you implemented this and interacted with these women in the different communities that we went to. I think since we have 2 panelists, we could just use some 10 minutes if you have some questions or comments or thoughts. Yes, we have a hand up. Do you have a mic?
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes,
my
please.
name is Nakunda Premise from the National Youth Council. I want to first thank you, the panelists. But mine is an additional about women entering into the internet phase. Sometimes we've used the internet for immorality more than the purpose of internet. A number of people there in the villages or what, they are actually publicized when actually they are not aware. I want to look at it in this way, that instead of being here in Kampala, sensitizing us who are already aware or who have already some knowledge about how to use internet profitably, that you extend that sensitization to the villages. To those women who are not aware about some things, please, I would say that if you got sensitized and look for better regulations into the down people there, it will make more sense. As you're talking about women, it's a lot that we are always inferior. I would request to have more laws that can always protect our privacy as women. Because if you go to the internet, people there, they only use these internet platforms to look onto the immoral part of it, but not putting into youth of how profitable it can work for them. Thank you.
Yes, the hand that is straight up was first, and then the, yeah.
Thank you very much. To start off, I would like to ask you, gentlemen, nurture these women such that when we come into such discussions, they could be sitting there, especially Zimba women. Like I always say, that the problems of Uganda are similar. It's only the magnitude which is different. As Penda Capital and the Zimba women, do you still welcome other partners on board to work with you to scale this particular program across the country? Because you find Kasesa has similar issues, Bududa has similar issues, and the other parts of the country. Thank you.
Yes, please. Thank you so much. My name is Shiba Amanyue. My question is about, okay, I just want to first thank you for the work that you're doing for the women. But then I also want to ask if you also include the men, because most times we sensitize women, that's a good thing. But then sometimes these women go back, maybe they know they have the skills, but they cannot use them because their men are still like they still have that mentality of a woman cannot maybe own a phone, cannot do what. So my question is, do you also include the men so that they can know it is okay for these women to go in these spaces? Thank you.
Thank you. The last hand behind, the very last, I think I saw that first. If you want to, maybe we will take one more if you want to. Please just put your hand up so that I can.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for the good work you've done in northern Uganda. My name is Joseph Obore. I come from Bukedia. In our organization, we also have a component of computer training for women. And I'm really curious to know some of the challenges or the difficulties you faced during the implementation of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. In the morning when you said your name, we missed Joseph and everybody almost thought it was Chris. There's another hand, yes. Yes. Okay, and then we will take this last one and then we can come back.
Okay, my name is Justine Nyeranziza from Rebuild Scholars. My question is around access to internet. How do you address the issue of access to technology and internet connectivity for women in rural or underserved communities?
There.
Again, I'm Maclean from Kavare, local government. And I'm happy that you are doing this in rural areas because, like as someone has said, in our rural areas, a woman even having a smartphone is like a luxury. And most of these things we are discussing, in most cases, they don't reach these rural women. And when you are to empower the society, we need to start with these rural women. Because like I was seeing, someone was saying, women are willing to learn. But now, after learning, they are going to meet these men who don't have any information about it. And still it will bring a conflict in the family or in the society. And when you make a survey of recent, we have realized that most men now, they don't even have phones. I don't know whether you have realized that. The rural men don't have phones. In fact, you find that it's only the women with phones, but still, women still fear women. Because like when you go to different platforms, in the case of any discussion, as a woman, sometimes you fear to submit because you know these men, they will answer back. Not necessarily what you have put on the forum, but something else. And I don't know how we are going to go about it. And like when you said you did a baseline survey, when you go to mobile banking, I happen to be on a certain circle, which is a famous circle, Ruchiga Circle. But when you do a survey, you find it is only the men who are doing mobile banking. So women, they still need a lot to learn on how best they can use the mobile phones and other networks. I beg to submit.
Thank you all for the questions, comments, and Andrew, you can take the floor answering some of those questions, and you could also share with us some of the impact, because it would be nice for us to know that.
Okay, thank you very much for those very good questions. I'll take a couple of them, and then my colleague Mark will respond to the others, especially the one where he needs to explain why he is representing Zimba women. So some of the questions are intertwined. I'll start with Macklin from Kabale, selfishly, because that's where I come from. So first, it is a reality indeed that we still have cultural challenges. In some of our societies, the men are still overridingly dominant in many things that we do, and it's reality, it's our society, it's here to stay. The question is then, how do we navigate that? What we have found to work is that one, in as much as the skilling program is for women, if a man shows up, we will not chase him. Because we tend to find that acceptability of the initiative is partly awareness of it. So if a man is aware that there's an initiative to, skill a woman, maybe they'll be more open to the agenda than not. I would like also to thank our partners, UCC, who are intentional when they are scoping these projects, because I'm aware that they also deliberately identify partners to skill men, to skill the elderly, to skill people with different abilities, and so on and so forth in terms of clustering different needs for different cohorts. So that is a way of looking at it. Still on challenges, I can't even start to explain to you some of the things that we went through conducting this project. I'll tell you a story. When we were telling to Dokolo, I asked my colleagues in the same van, I said, guys, are we still in Uganda or we're in South Sudan? Because we reached a point where we could not see anything in the next couple of kilometers, but we were going deep to skill women. And to our pleasant surprise, we found more than 250 women waiting since morning, since 8 a.m. to be skilled. And you can imagine the appetite and the desire to jump onto this digital bandwagon. And halfway through the skilling program, of course, power went off. We had intermittent access to our public address system, which we had sourced locally. Half of the women don't speak English, so indeed, even when you have a local trainer speaking the local language, sometimes you need to give him a break and explain a couple of issues. Some of the ladies had just come straight from digging, and indeed, they were taking a break from that routine to use the opportunity to come to the session. Some of them, were hiding to make sure that their husbands don't know that they've come for the session. Some of them even asked us what the importance of attending the session is if we're not going to give them smartphones. So I can go on and on all day in terms of challenges, but it's only when you go through the experience that you appreciate how far we have to go and the level of intervention that is required to bring all the 49 million people to the same page. I can't even find the right words to explain it. I will also touch the first question around digital inequality and how we focus on areas like Kampala at the expense of rural areas. I want to bring it to your attention that actually some of the most digitally unequal areas are in urban centers. It's just that the degree varies dependent on the need. So for example, you might be very confident around using email and some of the most common applications, but maybe you don't know how to use artificial intelligence. It's still a digital skill, but you're just not aware of how you can apply it. So the needs vary from area to area. What is a luxury to you is a need elsewhere, and that's why we scope the need to make sure that we are relevant to our target audience. Mark.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. So I think I'll start from where you stopped. I think it was the same person that asked the question and mentioned something about the use of the internet for immorality, and which speaks to, I'd like to relate this to, if I got you right, it would speak to cyber threats in regards to women being used as how can I term it? Women being used as a tool. You get? I don't know if I got you right in that sense. So this is also an intervention because as we're training these women, we did include the aspect of ethical use of the internet and different social media platforms or different forms of applications that are there to use by these women. So that ethical bit was something that we integrated within the training, and they took it serious. We also put key focus through extending this one module into the different other modules that we did train these women. And also talking about the cybersecurity bit of it, which is also intertwined with the ethical use of the internet. Then the question in regards to partners and scale, I believe if Andrew can concur with me, we are open to a discussion on the idea of partnerships, and we see what we can bring to the table. Then the burning question about empowering women to take up such spaces, and most especially for Zimba women. Unfortunately, we were supposed to have a lady on the team today morning, and she got an emergency, so she wasn't able to be here. But we are encouraging more and more women to take up such spaces, and that is why we are empowering them through these skills. Right? And sensitization for men. Of course, you cannot go to a community and sensitize women, forgetting about the cultural aspects, and given that we're living in a very culturally diverse country, where culture determines a lot, that we are very much hindered by very many cultural and social norms that would hinder the whole process of extending such services or skills to people in certain areas. So during these trainings, of course, we do get to engage with the men and get to understand their take on this whole aspect or the whole project, and also what they feel about training or equipping their wives or daughters with these specific skills. Yeah, and then to speak to the difficulties, of course, one big difficulty we faced is the language. And as Andrew mentioned, it was the easiest way that we were able to go around this is engaging the local talents to extend these skills to the people within their areas. I'll give an example. Andrew is from Kabale. I am from the West as well. I wouldn't lie that I can speak Acholi. So involving the local talents and empowering them to extend these skills was a much better, or is a much better intervention to see to it that we are able to, extend these skills to these women. Yeah.
Thank you, Andrew and Mark, for responding to those questions and sharing still more insights of this project and what you have been doing. As someone that I said that this is also an issue that is very, very pertinent to me, I think I would like to just share some experience that I got from WOOCNET while I was there, and how WOOCNET did it to ensure that we had men being part of the conversation and contributing to this. WOOCNET has women-led groups. These groups are women-led, but they have men involved in them, because most times at the beginning, I thought at the beginning of WOOCNET's implementation and engagement in these communities, the women would go back home and have fights with their husband. Where have you been? What have you been doing? Are you having other affairs or whatnot? And so then the men were invited to be part of this conversation, and so it is very important to have them be part of this conversation that we're doing, and also to ensure that we have a kind of sustainability concrete plans or strategy to ensure that this information that this training continues, this
women that you have trained can continue to train other people. And I think also the participant from Kabale talks about the online gender-based violence, which is something that women face. We want them to come online, but when they come online, they face so much and they are not prepared for it. So that is something that is very important to talk about. And so I think I would like to still hear from you, what are the plans that you're making moving forward, with this experience that you've had, the difficulties that you've seen, what are your next steps? And I still also want you to speak on the sustainability of these steps. You've trained these women, what next? It would be nice to just know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been an exciting journey so far. We thought what we were able to accomplish is just really a drop in the ocean compared to what is potential out there. We were able to create what we call grassroots community groups. So in Kitugum, for example, we were able to cluster the attendees into groups of 10 according to their villages, and then actually gave away some tablets to help them go back and continue skilling themselves. Remember, we're doing things like creating email IDs so that these people can access government services. If you think about it, it's very hard for you to access government services without an email. I mean, how do you log in? Where is your password sent? You must have an email ID as a basic requirement. And we couldn't achieve everything within the dedicated training schedule. So first, we empowered them with some tools to go back and utilize in their own free time. Secondly, we have deliberately created a platform onto which they can log and continue accessing these skilling programs. I mean, listening to the lecture, how it went, if it's a breakdown on how to, download an application or access an e-government service so that they can continue, accessing this information. Of course, we give them logon credentials and hope that they can, in the process, get acquainted with, using their smartphones to log on to a website, start getting, friendly to some of these tools. The bigger picture is that we want to train everyone there is out there. We just need more partners to come on board, empower us with resources, and hopefully we can cover the entire country. Is it, a mean feat? No. It's massive. It's potentially something that is bigger than our vision, but they say if you have a vision that doesn't scare you, then it's maybe not a vision. So we want to do more stuff. And unfortunately, we have some friends from the Uganda Communications Commission. When you meet them around the tea table, tell them to give us more funding so that we can go all out and create more impact. In terms of impact, guys, you can't imagine how excited some of these people are. I'll use an example from Zombo. Zombo is very rich with food, and it's close to the border in Congo border. And they do a lot of cross-border trading. I mean, they sell potatoes, cassava, coffee, soya, everything goes. And these women were actually very keen, to the best of my memory, to understand how WhatsApp can be used to market their products, because they say, even for those who had smartphones, they were not able to create content or take pictures and, put pricing tags and start sending to their, counterparts across the border. And you have no idea how much that alone can transform a household in terms of income. I mean, if you've been selling only to the streets in Zombo and you're now able to export what you have, because that's literally export, you could overnight double your household income, and that translates into children going to school and things that you don't even imagine here. So the potential is massive, the impact is there. We could spend a whole day talking about it, but I can tell you we are welcome to having other partners come on board so we can scale this aggressively.
Thank you, Andrew. Yes, Mark.
Okay, I think one of the ways that we're hoping to, one of the future plans that we have for this specific project, as just to add to what has been earlier mentioned, the partnerships with the different parties to engage. Of course, we have, when we speak about women, we have a variety of women, and let's not forget about the differently abled women. A question that came to me when we were in Koboko is, how can I, it was a lady who, for lack of a better word, I would say crippled. She couldn't use a mobile phone or type or anything of the sort. So she asked me, how can I use a mobile phone? And how can I, or maybe type on a computer or something of the sort? And I did not have a response to her, but I told her it is a conversation that we are willing to engage in to see how best we can put practices on empowering the differently abled to also access these services. So after that, we have been able to engage into conversations with different partners who are also within the space of promoting STEM for women. Specifically, I would say the blind, the deaf, and we see how best we can structure the program to fit those people as well. Then also, facts being that we find in the rural areas, as I said, most of them have feature phones. And the mobile, the smartphone penetration, yes, we're on the journey, but what can we do as of now? And we are trying to engage different radios for airspace, trying to see how best we can engage them so that this program can also be extended through through the radio stations, and so that we can have a massive impact, not only just the 1,000 women that would have gotten the knowledge through the trainings, the physical trainings that we have, but also even different men that would listen into these programs. Then, yes, scaling the program, I would also want to highly mention the integration of different and new technologies within the curriculum. Currently, we are speaking so much about AI. We're speaking about the IoT and different other technologies. But how best can we bring this to a woman out there, or I would want to say omuntu wawansi, because we're dealing so much with the informal sector. So integration of these different technologies and how best they can use them to enhance their livelihoods and also their businesses, because at the end of the day, as Zimba women and Penda, we are more about how they can grow themselves, their economic livelihoods. So integrating these technologies by using the different animations, trying to bring on board, use the different animations so that we can create a different experience when the trainings are going on, even after. So these are just a few of the the plans that we have for the future to see to successful implementation and growth of the digital landscape in Uganda for women.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mark, and thank you, Andrew. We'll just give you a few minutes again to just hear comments from you, or if you have some questions so that we could wrap up the session. I think there was there's a hand right there. We have a mic here. If someone could help me pass it. Right there. If you could just put your hand really up straight so that I'm able to see.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm grateful that men are into this. In a way, it inspires ladies that, if a man is also fighting for you, trying to make you achieve something that is benefiting you, then we also get more inspired to come and join the system, to come and be part of it. I work with MSF as a medical health trainer, But on this case, I have not gotten a clear view of the sustainability of how the project will remain helping these local people in the villages. You've said of how you've reached out there, but its sustainability is not yet very clear.
Thank you. We have a hand there. No, there was another hand that came up first. Thank you. Yes, I think here. And then someone was at the back. Yeah. Yes, there. Someone was at the back. Could you just raise it again? Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Sharon Ademun from the National Youth Council. So my thing is I wanted to agree with what is said out of experience. I work with an organization that placed me in a rural village. So where I was placed, my recent experience was during the UBOS, the census. So I got a group of people. They didn't know that the UBOS was recruiting. So I told them about the opportunity. But of course, it was very obvious that they couldn't know about the opportunity because they are not online, neither do they know how to use internet. So I thought it would be an idea of just letting them to know about an existing opportunity. Then they also can look for it in the website and see how they can apply. To my surprise, these people even don't know what a website is. They don't even know how to search it. So when I helped them to search, I sent them the link. They still didn't know how to what? To apply. And for you to apply for that thing, it needs for you to have an email. And they didn't know. But what surprised me, most of them have smartphones. Then I asked myself, how do you have a smartphone and you don't have basic knowledge of digital? Because we have these phones to seek for these opportunities. So what I realized, that the problem is, it starts from our education sector. Because when you go to university, even maybe secondary, our education sector tends to focus on things to do with making a folder, forming a file, and they ignore on how to teach people how to use these apps. And yet, the world rotates on these apps. How do you market your things? People don't know how to use WhatsApp. People don't know how to use X. People don't know how to go on Zoom. Because the people that I was dealing with, but Madam Sharon, for us, these things they don't teach us. But these people are in diplomas. Yes, they are upgrading from a certificate to a diploma. Then I asked myself, what are you learning? What? From school. But later on I realized that the thing is they focus on other stuff and they tend to ignore this small thing. But actually, they feel like it is minor. And yet it's something that is what? That is very vital. So according to my experience, I would say maybe to add on, that even if we are advocating and we are reaching to the communities, we need to look into our what? Our curriculum of IT. At school, let's not ignore the things. Young girls over young women or women in the market need to learn these things. And it starts from the platforms they possess. Because these platforms tend to ignore the things, and yet they are very vital. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then, yes, right there.
Thank you so much. Once again, I'm Kennedy Sakura. Mine is also kind of a recommendation. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing government workers, government people here, but it's still the message can go to them. Maybe my suggestion would be that the next phases of parish development model, they should be incorporating some of these aspects of internet thing into, so that it can reach down to the people down there. Since for them they are able to reach down there than most of us, some of us who are held in these boardrooms. So any government work maybe will pass this information there. Otherwise, if you are still, I hope this internet forum is also trending under the sustainable development goals of leaving no one behind. It's aim. So if it is its aim, parish development would be the best idea to cascade this information down. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And so I would bring back to you. And as you answer the questions, you could also take. Sorry, we have a hand at the back. Okay.
Thank you so much. My name is Angela. Mine is also a recommendation to Andrew and Mark. Andrew mentioned that while they are encouraging these people to come for these sessions, they keep asking, are they giving us a smartphone? I think it would be really nice if you could find a way to actually work with probably a few organizations that can somehow equip these rural areas with devices so that after you have trained them, they can keep using the knowledge that they've got. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very late hand. Could you just be quick? You can come and use this mic just to be fast. Please come.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nasa Sumin Damba, woman counselor. My request is, before we go to those people in village, there are many people or there are many women in Kampala holding phones, smartphones, but they don't know how to use them. Let us first look about those ones, because for them they already have the devices, but they don't have the knowledge to use them. They just receive WhatsApp chat to friends. They don't utilize the importance or the uses of WhatsApp or the uses of digital. Like, you've got me? Yeah.
Meaningful use. We're talking about meaningful access and use of technology. Thank you. Yes, I came to you.
Right.
And please, you will also
Thank you
say your parting shot.
Yes. Thank you very much for those good questions. I'll start with sustainability. And I will, mingle that with her recommendation. So first, to give you a sense of what we're doing, first we've created a database of these ladies that we have trained, all of them. While we were training them, indeed the question of what next came up. And for your information, as an example, the UCC in particular has a string of other programs. One of them includes giving out devices to people who are in need. And they have their own internal criteria on how they arrive at who needs a device and who they give it to, and we respect that. But one of our recommendations to them has been that the people who have been trained through our programs should have our tech priority. Because if I have been trained and certified, the next level should be, if I can't access, please help me access. It's not mandatory, it's a recommendation. But secondly, in our approach as we skill, we expect that the people who have skilled are champions and not final recipients of this information. So we tend to maintain a mentorship program with them so that they can cascade this information to their colleagues in their households, in their rural areas. So we identify what we call rural mentors, who we follow through with on who has been trained, who else has come on board. Beyond and above that, we have appealed to other development partners. You may have seen USAID recently calling for proposals to build infrastructure in certain areas to set up and enhance access to the internet. So our approach can't be a one-way traffic. It has to move along with other initiatives, because it's one thing to skill, but access to internet another, access to a device is another. But you can't sit back and wait for everything to happen overnight. You have to start somewhere and encourage another partner to come on board to help you, complete the puzzle. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to us. We're very excited by this journey that we've embarked on. And if you have ideas, questions, comments that you think we should respond to, please don't hesitate to reach out during the lunch session and beyond. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrew. So due to time, I think I'll be quite fast. I'll just start from the sustainability point of view. I think you've mentioned it all, but as I mentioned earlier, we're also engaging in conversations to do with policy, technology and infrastructure, and as Andrew mentioned, yes, we are appealing to different calls to see how best we can extend this and you know, have an impactful engagement. But also putting at the back of it, what are they using after they've gotten to learn and about the internet, and they've also gotten to get these smartphones. What next? What are they using these smartphones for? That is what speaks to the whole point of digital innovation. How are we able to help these individuals come up with different solutions that can help and that can help them in like build solutions to problems that address their needs, right? So ideally, that speaks to most of it, and also having flexible training programs. I did mention about using airspace radios and all that. This generally speaks to the sustainability point of view, and I really do appreciate the recommendations that were made, and I think that is a conversation that we are willing to have with the different parties involved in, say, the PDM and the different other programs. So my parting shots would be, we are very much welcoming to different partnerships to engage in different conversations around infrastructure, the literacy, the policies, ideally conversations that would lead to the growth of the women taking up spaces in the internet, internet ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our dear panelists, and to you as well. You've contributed to the conversation we have done here. And like they said, please interact with them during the breaks and look out for opportunities for synergies and collaborations. I just want to say thank you. Let's give ourselves a hand clap, and I will give the mic back to our
Master of ceremonies.
Yes.
Thank you very
Master
much.
ceremony.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
all.
Another round of applause for the moderator and the panel. Yeah, the energy levels are down, but lunch is served. Huh? Yeah, so hopefully afternoon, the energy levels will be up again. I'll request we take photos here, and then I request Miss Beatrice Kayaga to hand over the gifts to our panelists and moderators. Yes, you do get another gift. Thank you so much. There is a lot to talk. So for those who would love to continue with this conversation, you can continue with it online. If you check your name tag just below it on Twitter, you can use hash UIG Week 2024, hash UIGF 2024, or hash UIIGF 2024. It is all on your name tag. When we return from lunch, we shall have a lightning talk from Mr. Richard Ngamita. It will be on avoiding the AI trap, fostering homegrown AI solutions by involving communities in the development process. For now, we shall have the Internet Society team issue coupons to the different participants, and then they will lead you to where lunch will be served. Everyone will get a coupon, so we can stay seated. Yes, coupons are on their way, but when we return, we shall have a lighting talk by Mr. Richard Ngamita. It is going to be right here in this conference room. It will be on avoiding the AI trap, fostering homegrown AI solutions by involving communities in the development process. Thereafter, we shall have a breakout session, and those of you that are interested in promoting women's economic empowerment and digital rights online in Uganda and Burkina Faso will be just down here on this very block, conference room 1B. And those of you that will be interested in human rights and artificial intelligence governance in Uganda will stay here. Yes, just to remind you, promoting women's economic empowerment and digital rights online in Uganda and Burkina Faso will be in conference room 1A, just below this one, this same block. When you receive a coupon, you can proceed for lunch in the restaurant. We shall all be back here by 2:30. I hope we keep that time so that we save time for the other engagements. Thank you. Nice lunch. Bon appetit. empowerment and digital rights online in Uganda and Burkina Faso. The session is going to start just below this room, conference room 1A, on this same block. Finally, let's put our hands together for Sharon Kisinde, who is one of our panelists today.
Testing, yes, testing 1, 2, 3. Good afternoon, everyone. A little louder, we have just come from lunch. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Much, much better. My name is Mrs. Irene Mutuzo Sevume, and it is such a pleasure to host this amazing panel. And before I invite each of our panelists to introduce themselves, I just want to pose a few scenarios you can think about that are related to our topic today. Now, for a lot of times when you're traveling or you've gone to another country, you'll often notice that there's either surveillance cameras around, probably powered by AI, and they're surveilling your activities with or without your consent. Would you consider this an infringement of your human rights, or do you consider it, something necessary? I mean, national security is very important. Or when you're using an AI-powered decision-making tool, how sure are you that the algorithms that tool is using aren't biased based on your culture, your gender, or your race? And these scenarios, as we think about them, sort of introduce us to our topic today on human rights and AI. How do we ensure that human rights are catered to when it comes to the implementation and it comes to the adoption of artificial intelligence, not just in Uganda, but all over the world? And joining me today is, I must say, a team that is quite vast with a lot of knowledge. Some of these guys are people who are built with AI, have worked in cybersecurity, are legal minds, and I do believe we're going to get some interesting perspectives. And I would like to invite Patricia to introduce herself and the rest of the panelists. Tell us who you are, the work that you do, and also particularly the work that you do when it comes to human rights governance, when it comes to the use of AI. Patricia.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Once again, my name is Patricia Namakula, and I'm a Director of Research at the Center for Multilateral Affairs. At the center, we are more of a think tank, so we do a lot of research, but integrating digital rights, multilateral politics, and like that intersection. But also, we are so much focused on ensuring that perspectives of Africa are integrated into multi-stakeholder engagements and platforms like this. So I'm very, very happy to be here.
Okay, thank you, Patricia. Dr. Ernest?
Yes, thanks a lot. Glad to be here, and thank you for the invite to the committee that did the invites. I'm called Dr. Ernest Mwebaze. I work as the ED at Sunbird AI. So Sunbird AI, we do practical AI systems for social good. So we look at AI through the social good lens. And social good has a lot of linkages to human rights. And so I think that's the intersection that we try to play with or work with. Glad to be here. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Mr. Alan?
Thank you. My name is Sempala Alan Chugozi. I work with Unwanted Witness. Am I loud? Awesome. Sorry about that. My name is Sempala Alan Chugos. I work with human rights organization called Unwanted Witness, specifically digital rights. So we work at the intersection of technology, law, and human rights, just to ensure that while you're enjoying internet, while you're enjoying digital technologies, none of your rights are infringed. You enjoy the digital rights, the digital technologies, unbothered, untempered, and no one listens to your conversations. And if they do, many times we come through and we advocate that they don't do it. And those that need justice, we try to deliver that justice. I'm happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Alan. Yes.
Okay. Hello. Are we here? Great. I'm so happy to be part of this panel. Sharon Kisinde is my name. Just a simple data communications engineer. Okay? It's a very good space. I'm so glad to be part of the Internet Society. I really like the numbers I'm seeing in the room. Usually when we see some of these tag words on such sessions, people usually, but I'm glad you're here to listen to us. My practice area is in auditing, particularly around, I work with a government institution in transportation. So what do we do there? I do assurance on systems. And in systems, we cannot do away with the likes of artificial intelligence, the evolving technology. So still with cybersecurity and technologies, I still do, I don't want to call it lecturing, but I lead people into reflecting about the likes of standards, the ISO standards, particularly the one for artificial intelligence, okay? So this we do with Milima Cyber, with Milima Academy. I'm so glad to be part of the team, and I look forward to a very interesting and interactive session.
Okay, thank you very much. Very exciting profiles here. Patricia, I know there's some of us in the room that could know what AI is, and some of us that are not very sure. What is AI?
Interesting question. Well, AI, layman's understanding, is a field of computer science and technology that uses things like machine learning to ensure that these machines or systems can perform functions that usually use human intelligence. And many of us may be wondering, are we users of AI? Because generally, since last year, there's been an interesting conversation because, I mean, especially in the field of education, you know, where these days with AI, you know, ChatGPT, where students are asking these questions and teachers are wondering, you mean, is it still, you know, can kids still use their brains when AI has all the answers? So if you're wondering, do I use AI? Yes, you use it when you order for a safe border, or when you use Google Maps. That's AI you're using to either perform, I mean, to help you to ease life, but also to ensure that most of the problems, socio-economic, that we are facing are solved. Briefly, that is AI.
Okay, it's interesting you mentioned AI and education, and I'm a lecturer, and I can tell you ChatGPT is one of my nightmares. And now, in relation to that still, how can it potentially impact human rights?
Yeah, when you talk
especially in Uganda, you know, bringing the case home.
Thank you. I'll try to keep it home in Uganda. When we talk AI and human rights, we are really talking about responsible AI, you know? And with responsible AI, this is where we look at the design, the development, the deployment and governance of AI to ensure that it respects and protects human rights. But also, when you talk human rights, we have the social, we have the environmental. It's multifaceted. So in the design of these machines, in the design of these systems, there's need to ensure that human rights, all human rights, are not impacted, especially in the negative way. But then we should know that indeed, since AI
technology generally is ever evolving. So governments which do the regulatory role are always struggling to catch up. But when we talk about AI and human rights, really, there are three aspects I want us to look at it. There is the issue of privacy, you know, where data, mainly AI systems, collect a lot of data, and most of this data is personal data. So you find that when this data is collected, most cases, people don't give their consent, you know? Let me give an example. When you do a Google search about, maybe you want to take a vacation and you're looking for places you can visit around Kampala or outside of Kampala, you realize that when you go to your Facebook, you keep getting the same adverts, you know? So because you did a Google search, so this data is collected, we don't know how it's being used, perhaps they are abusing it. So you find that when it comes to privacy, these companies that collect our data, in most cases they're not using it responsibly. And you ask, what is the government doing? What are other players doing, the civil society, the academia, and the policymakers, to ensure that companies that collect people's data use it responsibly and avoid harm at all costs? But then also there's an issue under privacy. Most AI systems can be liable to cyber attacks. So when these attacks happen, you find that people's data is compromised, and we don't know how such data is likely to be used during a cyber attack. So that's why, even as us as users, it's very, very important as we are using these tools, these AI tools and systems, to ensure that we protect ourselves, because when we wait on the governments to protect us, they may not protect us. But then the second issue I want to look at under AI is the issue of freedom of expression, where increasingly AI is being used to moderate online engagements, either to avoid the sharing of harmful information or inappropriate information. So remember that these are automated systems. In instances where this information is really complex and they are monitoring, because it requires like nuanced ability to monitor some information and determine, is it harmful, is it inappropriate? So for complex data, you may find that there might be used for censorship. But then also, when we are looking under freedom of expression, there's the issue of chatbots and fake accounts that are used usually by governments. Especially we see this during elections or towards elections, where there is a lot of propaganda and mindset, the drive to change people's mindset. And increasingly, governments, including our government, is relying on AI, you know, to drive agendas to trend. But these are fake accounts. These are chatbots, you know. So if people are not informed to detect these things, especially people in rural areas or that are less educated, you find that there's a problem. But then also, when it comes to freedom of expression and the use of fake accounts to either harass people online, you know, or to drive misinformation, this can have a negative impact on the society. And that is why engagements like these are very important, just to raise people's awareness on AI and its potential or impact, likely impact on fundamental human rights. And lastly, I also want to look at the issue of equality. And when we look at equality, AI systems and technologies, like technology here in Africa or in Uganda is not evenly distributed. So not everyone has the skills, not everyone can afford to have a smartphone or to know how to use ChatGPT to make money, because we know that it has a lot of potential. But where people are not aware of that potential, where people lack the ability to afford these technologies, you find that it is likely to drive the digital divide, especially for the marginalized groups like women and people with disabilities, but then also people in rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In your submission, you've alluded to very key aspects. You've talked about equality, you've talked about privacy, security, freedom of expression. And I would like to believe that these are facets that are quite involved in the legal sector and the law. And my next question comes to the legal mind on the panel, Alan. Are there any frameworks that govern the use of AI in relation to human rights in Uganda?
Hello? Okay. AI specifically, we don't have any legal provision or legal framework for AI. But AI thrives on several things. It thrives on collecting massive data, but it also thrives on using digital technologies. So we have bits of laws that govern the digital technologies, the Computer Misuse Act. You have the Interception of Communications Act. Then you have the Data Protection and Privacy Act. So as for AI specifically, we don't have that law. But I'm glad that such conversations have started. Do we need one? Maybe yes. Sometimes there is a pastor friend of mine who joked with me, told me, beware what you ask from God because you might get it. So beware what you ask from government to regulate. You might actually get the regulation. What we have right now already, we have laws that already have glaring loopholes. These laws are more restrictive than enabling.
What are those loopholes?
You have the Data Protection and Privacy Act. I think the enactment of that law and the establishment of the office was a good gesture. The establishment of the office, recently the Ministry of ICT rolled out the Digital Transformation Roadmap, which was a good thing. The UN Global Pulse, with the Ministry of ICT, also initiated a strategy, a national strategy on data. Now, these are good initiatives. But then the laws that they do more of give you that impression that government gives you with one hand and takes away with the other. The laws, for instance, the Data Protection and Privacy Act provides for a collector. And that collector has to register with the office. Now, the law has no threshold. Me and you, we are collectors. You are held in the same level with, say, MTN. The massive data a telecom company collects compared with you, is it equivalent? It's not. But the law provides that whoever is deemed to be a collector has to register with them, the office. And you have to pay 100,000. Now, the ambiguity with the laws we have, okay? Such ambiguity causes a lot of issues. Because if I'm, for instance, a member of NUP, I can easily be arrested for not having registered with the office. Because apparently I have a phone which has personal data, and I've not registered. So other laws provide thresholds. Who is deemed to be a collector? At what level are you deemed to be a what?
A collector.
A collector. Then the Computer Misuse Act, causing more fear for people actually to even use computers. Okay? So many people have been arrested to use computers than the law has helped enable people use computers. So if you have abused or a big person assumes you've annoyed them, you can easily be prosecuted under the Computer Misuse Act. You have the Interception of Communications Act. This act gives government agencies, especially security agencies, to listen to your phone calls and all your communication without a court warrant or order. So I usually tell people that in Uganda we are like Liverpool fans. You will never walk alone. So you will never talk alone in Uganda. If you are a person of interest, they will come for you. And they know what you're saying. In fact, these days, if your phone call is a bit not clear, you're warned. Maybe someone is listening to you. Sometimes, even the other party is warning you, such conversations you don't have on phone, please. Can we come and, So there is a lot that needs to be done before AI regulation. That's why when I was beginning, I used the analogy that be wise and careful what you ask for. We might get another restrictive law that actually restricts the use of AI instead of enabling. So I think before we even talk of AI, we need to, it's high time. The Data Protection and Privacy Act, I think, it's 5 years now. The regulations are 3 years. They were enacted in 2021. Yeah. It's high time now we talk about strengthening these laws. Remove some of the repugnant and draconian sections in the Computer Misuse Act. Many people have been prosecuted under that act. Fortunately, very few have been found guilty, because sometimes those who prosecute lack the evidence. But by the time you're taken to court and all, they've wasted your time. You're no longer the same. You get my point? So we need, first of all, to clear the laws we have. Let them be more enabling than restrictive. That is one. Two, AI, if you talk of regulation, Europe has an act, an AI act. But Europe works on a background of a strong GDPR, very robust, but also they work on a background of a good infrastructure, rule of law, and good taxation regimes. The taxation on technologies, gadgets here in Uganda is obscene. An average Ugandan can't afford a smartphone. The infrastructure, fiber connection, penetration of internet is very low. We have one of the most expensive data, mobile data, in East Africa. Our internet speed is almost the slowest. So when you look at the initiatives of government, sometimes I get hope, but then when you look at the political will, it disturbs. So it's very important that while we call for regulation, we should also call for investment in infrastructure. Our budget allocation for ICT, the ministry and the sector generally, is the lowest in the region. Look at what Kenya is investing. Government, when you hear politicians speaking, they're not so proud of internet. They actually see it as a threat. So at will, they can easily block internet, shut it down, and whatever happens, happens. And what will you do? Thank you, nothing. They will block it. You go home and pray that they open. Ruto in Kenya has had one of his worst nightmares in his political life. Those riots have not been easy for him. He had the powers to switch off internet. He had the powers to censure, close newspapers. Hey, come home. They will block it properly, with no due regard to the other effects that internet, the other benefits that internet brings. Internet, I think we need to get to a level where we believe as a country that actually it's a factor of production. You
it's
can't,
a human right.
Yes, yeah. You can't speak of investment without internet. Those days what were the factors of production? Land? Water? What? Capital? Labor? Now, can you speak of opening a reasonable business without internet? Now, internet during elections was blocked and closed, so you could not even withdraw money from the bank. No transactions could be made. That entire week was a problem. Up to now, Facebook is blocked. Brick and mortar for those young entrepreneurs is very expensive in terms of rent. Paying rent in Kampala is something else. Now, these young entrepreneurs had started putting their business on Facebook. So I could put my shoes, see my shoes, then I can deliver, right? So I wouldn't go into the hustle and bustle of rent downtown. I could be at my mother's home, post my shoes or bags, then I come and deliver at your office. They blocked Facebook, and they're happy they blocked. Many jobs were shattered, many dreams were shattered, and now we have a digital transformation roadmap. What are we doing? So if we are talking about regulation, let's continue. These conversations are very healthy. Recently, the executive director of UCC, the Honorable Nyombi Tembo, convened, he has started a forum or something?
An AI.
An AI something?
AI task force. Yes.
Well, these are good initiatives, okay? But let us mean what we do. Let us be intentional as a country. Then we can talk about regulation of AI, the ethical use of it, and all that, where Europe is. Thank you.
Wow, I feel like I've been taken to legal school, and I've also, I'm fearful about some of the conversations I've had on phone. I don't know if you guys are comfortable, but I'm personally a little scared, but that's okay. But one clear thing you're saying is that our laws are, for lack of a better word, they need to be revised. We need to go back and study them again in relation to the context that we're in relation to how the internet is at the moment, the emerging technologies, because a lot of some of these laws don't cater to some of the emerging technologies, AI, blockchain, SSI. So there's actually a lot of gaps that I believe that people in this room have the power to go and speak up and improve on these laws. And you talked a lot about ethics, you know, tapping into conversations, privacy. And I want to now gear the conversation towards ethics and AI. Sharon, can AI actually infringe on ethical considerations, and how?
Okay, thank you very much. We're speaking about ethics and artificial intelligence. Just to take us back to where we came from. By the way, artificial intelligence has just come up as a buzzword yesterday, but we've been with it. Research shows that it's been around us since the likes of 1950, when this word was coined by, is it McCarthy? The like. So what does it mean? That, is it today that we should be thinking and speaking about the ethics? Probably yes, probably no. But what do we see around the ethics? We have this word, the human rights, you say? Yes. The human rights, what is it about the artificial intelligence, the ethics, and the others, the other technologies that have been coming up and evolving? The time is right now, and indeed we need to talk about the ethics. Why? When you look at the artificial intelligence and how it's coming into play, we've heard that it is having data sets that are empowering it for these algorithms to run. So where are we putting the likes of our personal data that is being defined by the different laws, that this is personal data? So that alone is ethics. Have we gone to the extent of thinking about the people in this stack before the AI is put out there? Who has developed it, okay? Who is the user? So what do we see around the ethics? Ethics in the context of the person developing, ethics in the angle of the user, and then ethics from the umbrella body, who we all see as the leader in the norms, who is the government. Okay? So that's the angle in which I could take the relation between artificial intelligence and ethics. Yes? A simple definition of the word ethics. When we talk about ethics, what comes into our minds? Do we see the word morals? Okay? So when we see this word morals, let me start with the user. Please guide me if I'm keeping on track. Let me start with the person who is using the artificial intelligence system. Fortunately for us here, we are going to walk away knowing AI is around us, even in our context. That is our UG, our beloved Uganda. Now, when you're going to use this system, does it buzz in your minds that you need to also apply your natural being, your empathy, what we got way back from our homes in regard to ethics, before we proceed to use this system, okay? Yes, in human rights. On your side, there is you that you're satisfying. How about the other party who is going to be affected? Okay? So that is the balance we need to think about when we are employing human rights. Still, we go back to what the panel has been discussing. Is it time for it to be regulated? I think we should. But not because it is affecting the people we are putting in quotes, but because of you and I. Okay? And that takes us to it being a human-centric approach to our regulations, so that we can have our artificial intelligence, it's these systems regulated, but for us, okay? And not for the courts. So this taking us back to that AI has been around. Why is it becoming an issue now? Probably because the people who have the voice to talk about it are there, they've talked about it, but it's okay. So let's ride on that. Let's be the ones to lead the ethics in our artificial intelligence and when we are using these systems. Let's go to the other part, who is the governing body, okay? The governing body, where are we? As a government, where are we? If at all we have cases and we have weaknesses in regulating this space, let us empower the youth, the young entrepreneurs. Let them fill this space, which is supposed to be regulated, okay? Still, we are talking about ethics and human rights. Indeed, let us work together to have these human rights protected. As you're giving out your record, just find comfort in reading those small words that are always put up in terms of policy. Those small words, they have a lot therein. I've been blessed to find that even some of them have errors, okay? But they are being put out there by the so-called giants in the space. And for us, all we need is this system to be accessed. Does it use AI? Am I giving in my record? So I click OK. Others even have a term, if you cannot click OK, you can't use the system. So then I bring it back home. We've had people talking about how expensive these systems are. The government, where are we? Let us look out for these terms before someone puts a certain product on the market. What is it speaking to for my people? Okay? Before it's put out there, who developed it? Yes? So that's the approach I'm looking at we can take for us to make sure that we have a balance between ethics and AI, a balance between ethics and all the technology that is evolving in our space. Okay? I submit.
Thank you very much. And when you talk about ethics, one of the glaring examples that come to mind for some of us who follow what's happening in the US, Elon Musk went ahead and shared this video that it was previously a Kamala Harris campaign video, and then the information was doctored, but her voice was the same. And one of the regulators was like, this is not right, this should be put down. And Elon was like, no, parody is legal in America. So still, you know, we got to think about our governance. Sometimes what we consider legal could be illegal in another context. Dr. Ernest, for someone that has been in the AI space for as long as I can remember, you've probably used, you know, AI quite a lot in the way you are, you know, approaching your work, in the systems that you're building. And a big chunk of the innovators, each time there's an emerging technology, there's sort of the push and pressure to integrate it into the systems that they're building. What advice would you have for a young innovator that wants to explore integrating ICT in their product or their app, but they still want to think about the ethics, the human rights of the users that they're going to share this product with?
Right. So I think I'm still Gen Z. I want to identify as Gen Z. Why are you saying I've been in this field since?
Not millennial.
Right, it's okay. We're in legal space here, we can do this. Yeah, so, yeah, a young developer. So I guess I guess human rights has had a very long history, you know, since the 1940s or 1930s. So things have developed over time, and things are a bit concrete in the human. I don't know if most of these people here are lawyers or human rights activists, but there's a long history of human rights fighting for human rights, and their laws and all these acts of human rights. And then you have AI. So AI is the space of AI and sort of human rights and ethics, and that line is sort of fairly new, though AI has been on for quite a while. And I guess one question is, why are we having this discussion now? I've been working in AI for since 2012 or something like that. So I'm still Gen Z, yeah. In ex-Gen Z, okay. But these conversations have started, they're more frequent now, and maybe that's the thing, that's one question we could ask. And why is that? It's because of these capabilities that everyone is seeing. They're called capabilities. AI can do things that people are beginning to wonder. They're like, whoa, what happened there? And I think that's where we're thinking, okay, wait, is this thing conditioned? Is it contained enough that it will protect our human values and rights? And so for a young developer, of course, they're trying to innovate around these new technologies. So I think the trajectory in the future, and actually I think the discussion is not really, and this is my personal opinion, I think the discussion globally is not because of the capabilities right now. People are using ChatGPT, they keep using it despite you telling them, okay, they may be taking your information, people will still go and use it. I want to plan a wedding, what do I do? I want a presentation, what do I do? They'll even submit their personal data. People still do these things we say people should not ideally do. But I think the outlook is in the future. These capabilities, once they become really, really significant in 5 years' time, then there's going to be, people are beginning to worry about that. So for a young developer, I guess they're trying to take these new capabilities and apply them into in the systems they're building. If you're doing agriculture, health, you want to do that there. And so maybe the advice is two ways. One, to do it. You definitely want to do it because there's going to be room for a lot of innovation because of this technology. But two, also, I think someone talked about AI. AI is, defining laws for AI is a bit complicated because otherwise then you define laws for AI, for blockchain, for internet. Some of these are technologies, so I think someone talked of, there are already laws, for example, in health. How do you do a health project? The very deep ways you protect human rights if you're doing a project in health. If you're applying AI in health, then of course some of those apply. And so for a young developer, then depending on their context or the sector they're applying AI, it would be important for them to look at those laws and make sure they adhere to the sort of the values and the rights in that sector, and then apply that to AI. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. At this juncture, I would just like to open up the topic to the audience. We'll have 3 questions or 3 comments. And because of time, please keep it to 1 to 2 minutes. There's a young lady. Just 1 question? Okay. Due to time, we're going to have just 1 question. Could someone help? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm glad to be the lucky one now. Yeah. Mine is not exactly a question, but then, am I supposed to start?
Whichever you're comfortable with.
Okay. I'm Doreen Gift, and I'm from Ministry of ICT. So mine is not a question, and maybe it's just a point of correction. So we have the laws, and then we have policies, regulations, strategies, and everything. So most times, some of the things are not exactly in the law, but the laws have policy directives and strategic objectives that we unpack. So while you read the law sometimes and it doesn't define your level of being a data collector and MTN level of being a data collector, the policies that are unpacked under regulations deal with you like that. So maybe our problem is, and we are really trying to do that, pushing out our information, but some of these things are actually catered for. It's just that the law has to be brief. You accuse government of having very long documents. So we have to make them brief. But every strategic objective in there and every policy directive in there is unpacked to cater for other missing things. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we take one more? Just to be gender sensitive, a gentleman. All right.
There was a woman on the other side.
Who was the first gentleman? Yes, we'll go with the first gentleman.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator, and good afternoon, members. I just want to add my voice to Peter Mayanja is my name, and I'm working with the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. I want to add my voice to my sister Doreen from Ministry of ICT. In a response to my brother in the red tie.
Mr. Sempala.
Yes, yes. Doreen has put it right. There are policies, there are regulations. I want to add on that there are also standards. The three all provide information and guidance on how to use or interact with the artificial intelligence. So it is just a request that as a government, as UNBS, as Minister of ICT, we have a lot to do in order to put my brother right. Not to accuse, but to appreciate what is already on ground, and then the rest of the users will actually get to appreciate that there is a basis where to start from. It is not about accusation of the government, but it is our responsibility as a government, because we work for government, to ensure that these standards that guide on artificial intelligence are known to the public, but also to call the players to join with the UNBS where these standards are written, because as we are developing these standards, we are not the experts. You are the experts. So we want that knowledge. Bring that knowledge to our technical committees so that we are able to develop these documents together, and at a time T, they will be effectively used and appreciated by the users. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the comments. Unfortunately, we have to come to an end, but our panelists are still here with us. I encourage you to, take some time to interact with them. The beauty about such forums is that we get to interact, the people from the government, the private sector, those that are actively using and implementing the technology. So let's get as many contacts and interact as much as possible. From me and my team, we want to say thank you very much, and thank you very much for being an engaging audience.
A bigger round of applause for them. You can, the camera person is away, but he's on his way. Can we receive the gifts in the meantime? Okay. We shall have photos here for the moderator and the panelists. And yes, Miss Beatrice will be according you a gift. Yes, thank you very much. In the interest of time, I would love us to join our hands and welcome Mr. Richard Ngamita, who is going to give us a lighting talk on avoiding the AI trap, fostering homegrown AI solutions by involving communities in the development process for just 10 minutes. Let's give him a round of applause. I am going to stand here with the timer so that
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I have 10 minutes, and this is just a lightning talk, so it's going to be quick to the point. So first and foremost, my name is Richard Ngamita, and I'm a researcher. I work at Threats. We are a little civic tech organization that recently started. My team, Joachim and Marcia in the back, they'll be raising their hands right there. Today, I want to talk about the AI trap. I'm going to get into the definition, but again, my talk today is more around encouraging you guys to come up with local solutions. Learn from us, the challenges we faced, so that we can have some more local solutions. You heard Dr. Ernest talking about the AI possibilities. We are seeing amazing possibilities in Uganda. I mean, of course, ChatGPT in education. We are seeing a number of hospitals starting to think about how to quickly analyze X-rays using some of these AI tools. We're also seeing some of the musicians starting to sing in English. They can now quickly write their lyrics quickly and put it up and sing in English. I won't name names here. But we are seeing new innovations and really good things happening in AI. But at the same time, I don't want to be that guy who is bringing all of you bad news. One thing that is clear is that we are seeing a rise in the abuse of AI technologies. We are researchers in this space. As many people are using AI for all the amazing things, as the companies like Facebook and Google are open sourcing their models, we are seeing more and more bad actors also abusing AI. We are clearly, having all these new types of content that are either manipulated or in synthetic in one way or another, being shared across the different platforms. And I honestly want to say that that's not a good thing. One thing that is also very clear is the fact that not only are they using this on the platforms, but we are seeing new ways of propaganda. We are seeing them influencing opinions. We are seeing them create, for example, on the left right there, you can see on the left right there, that's the president of Zambia. And in that conversation, it came out late last year, but in that conversation, he was clearly saying that he's not going to be standing for any more elections. It has his exact voice. If we play it for you, I won't have the time to play it for you here. On the right, you can see the president of Rwanda with a little manipulated face there, saying the same thing about a neighboring country, very negative things, but with his right voice. Now, I just want to make it clear that the excitement about AI is there, and we all have to utilize it for the right things. But for researchers like us, as we are talking about internet policy and cyber governance and digital governance, let's not forget that the bad guys are also watching. And they're going to come up with all wrong ways of doing this. I want to talk about the internet trap, and this is where we are having a challenge as Africans or people in the global south. The definition of the AI trap, is that it's a tendency of having either AI development being concentrated in the Western countries and by tech companies and huge research organizations, especially in the large universities, Stanford, MIT, and many others. That is very dangerous also for us. And that's why I'm really trying to encourage us, very happy to have Doctor here, to see how we can empower our universities to start developing our own levels of artificial intelligence to help our communities. I want to give you an example. We are researchers, and one of the tools we are developing is a tool that detects fake images or fake activity on platforms. But before we started developing that tool, we tested some of the best tools that were out there, mostly developed from the USA. You can see on the right there, it's just one of the examples that when we put in any of our deep fakes and cheap fakes, we were having very bad scores from their AI systems. Many reasons as to why that is happening. Maybe it was not trained with data that looks like us. Maybe it was not the nuances of our languages. Luganda, Acholi, Kiswahili were not utilized in some of these models. It's going to be very important for us to start thinking that with the internet governance and conversations that we're having around this, we need to include more transparency, but also more diversity in some of the work that we are doing. One of the dangers of the AI trap, and we are not learning from the social media trap that happened before. Many years ago, I think there was a president who said we should develop our own Facebook. I don't know how far that is going. Is that we are not able to have our cultural nuances, features, and many other policies included in this. It's dictated for us. It comes with many dangers. You may have seen what happened in Tigray, Ethiopia. There were genocides happening because of Facebook. You may have seen what happened in Myanmar. This AI we are getting excited about, I'm very sorry to tell you that I'm the guy who's bringing you bad news. It's also dangerous. One of the other things that I want to talk about, going to the next page, is how we are solving this at Threats. We're a very small organization. We are roughly 6 people working on this. One, we are trying to use the community to solve many of these problems. We had to go back to the baseline. We are creating ideathons. So we create rooms like this, call a number of specialist statistics researchers, statisticians, researchers, software engineers, policy experts. We want to sit down with you and you give us ideas on how to solve these problems. With that, we are involving every community member and we are taking in your responses and your feedback onto some of the systems and the tools we are developing. The other thing that we are doing is gamification. We are developing games. That is one of the games that we developed recently. Basically, we present to you a few images that have been presented on social media that are fake. But we mix them up with real images and want to see how you can detect that. In the back, if you give us your consent, of course, we are learning and we are studying the challenges that normal users are facing to identify such images. We are coming up with resources on how to train you guys on how to identify that, working with journalists and fact checkers to ease in their work. So we have a number of other games that are coming up. Last but not least, we are developing a tool that we are calling the Community Fakes. This is a crowdsourcing tool. Anyone can send us a fake image, and we have our tools that we're developing that will automatically detect it. But at the same time, we are working with the researchers to test and understand which kind of products were used to develop these fake images. And what is unique about those products? Were they developed this side or in the West? With that, we can come with better technologies and better methodologies on how to detect fake content. But at the same time, we are collecting data from across Africa and many parts of the global south that could help us with that. I see the gentleman coming for me right now. Now, I also want to say, finally, this is my last slide. This is a whole of society problem. We are working with a number of research organizations around these challenges. They are right there, the likes of whether it's Masakane on languages, Equiano on AI safety, Miva on the different models to understand how to detect these, AI and deepfakes and cheapfakes. I would be happy to talk to also Doctor and see how Sandbird can join us in this work. But I want to mention 3 major challenges. That's the lack of diversity is creating a lot of imbalance in the perspectives and how that would, at the end of the day, affect some of our democracies. The centralization of these companies in the West, we don't see any companies this side that are developing significant AI products. That should stop. We need you guys and developers and researchers, statisticians. Let's get hands together and we develop our own products to solve our own problems. The last thing is the potential for biases. You've heard in the US where black people, the digital cameras in the streets, are flagging them as criminals because the data was also not trained much with many of these minorities. You saw when Google launched its product and how it was producing Nazi Germans who are black people. We need more data. We need to work with many other institutions. We need to digitize our platforms so that we can have better solutions to many of these problems that we're seeing. I'm very sorry. I'm the guy who has brought you bad news. I've killed the excitement of the whole AI thing. But I told you, 5 years down the road, I don't want you to say that I didn't tell you, I didn't warn you about this. Thank you so much.
Richard is a very good timekeeper. Let's give him a round of applause. Richard, kindly stay for a gift and a photo. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together to welcome Miss Brenda Namata. Miss Brenda Namata will take us through securing inclusive digital economies for the future of work. She'll be our moderator. She'll introduce her panelists. Brenda is a program coordinator, strategic gender initiatives, policy. A round of applause for Brenda. The session will be 40 minutes, and I'll be standing here with a timer. I will just come and grab the microphone and run away with it. But I know she's really good at keeping time.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, I welcome you to the session on securing inclusive digital economies for the future of work. My name is Brenda Namata, and I work with policy as the program's coordinator, strategic gender initiatives and advocacy. Policy is a civic tech organization, feminist organization, that works at the intersection of data, design, and technology to promote the responsible uptake of data at the level of data governance, but then we also work towards digital resiliency of women as well. The World Economic Forum recently, in its report of 2024, stated that as the global economy rapidly digitalizes, an estimated 70% of new value created over the coming decade will be based on digitally enabled platform business models. And this therefore creates a new reality of digital economies and the issues of inclusion. You may wonder what a digital economy is, or what inclusive digital economies are. Inclusive digital economies are simply where you and I interact with technology to either communicate or conduct business. And if it's communication, it's at the level of promoting value addition. So it also constitutes issues of gig economies where people are making money offline. I recently see a number of youth have taken up the online space to either do marketing of their products or content creators, social media influencers. But nevertheless, we also have media that is recently taking up the digital space in form of digital media and also exploiting delivery of media content, picking it off the internet or generating it off the internet. At Policy, we do recognize that the future of work is digital, and recently we are implementing a program called the Future of Work, where we are harnessing multimedia approaches to promote digital resilience, specifically for women, in about 7 countries, and that is Uganda to begin with us. We have Tanzania, we have Kenya, Democratic Republic of Congo, Senegal, Cameroon, and Mozambique. We have different partners that we are working with to see that we build the capacity of women and also promote digital resilience for the future of work, like I've just mentioned. Ladies and gentlemen, with me, we are going to have a panel that is going to create a contextualization of issues to do with the internet and also work, and how workers are exploiting the internet, and how also work is evolving over time, within the present time, but also the future decade. Please join me to welcome a person who is operating within a space that was previously kept for men. And this is none other than Doreen Gift Bujingo, who is the infrastructure engineer at the Ministry of ICT. The big word there is infrastructure engineer, Ministry of ICT. Also join me to welcome Dora Atwijichire, who is the multimedia manager, Next Media Services. I don't know if she's in the room. And with us also, we have a person who has challenged us, the elites, to get to know that the books do not stop in the S's, but we have a responsibility of being watchdogs of society and a representation of the voiceless. Dr. Spire Jimmy Sentongo. I must say I am a student of Dr. Spire's content daily. I look towards seeing every post that he makes every day, as far as the public affairs are concerned. And into the conversation, you'll allow me to keep here and hold the conversation here. And I'll start with Dr. Jimmy Spire. A few days ago, you made a post on X, and you stated, these days you tweet something, and the next day, without even consulting you, some newspaper or blog has published it as an article you authored for their paper. Journalists, is this ethical? Lawyers, is it legal? And there was a key question within the comment section where someone asked if it was for reasons of commercialization or profit, then we need the lawyers. If it was for reason of public interest or information, then it is as good as you have had a bigger platform as far as what you're posting is concerned. Doctor, how are Ugandans taking advantage of the internet or digital space for empowerment, but then also opportunities? Perhaps we shall start with the perspective of media, since you were recently a hot cake for it.
Thank you. Hot cake, I don't know. Yeah, but good evening, everyone. I'm sorry that we all seem to be avoiding the yellow seat. I don't know why. I thought my colleague was going to occupy it, but okay, all right. Brenda is occupying it. Yeah, how? Oh. Yes, that's partly what social media is doing, making it difficult to occupy such seats. Yeah, but coming specifically to your question, how are Ugandans embracing social media? On the side of business, entrepreneurship, and all that, I've not really been keen, but I noticed that of late the number of people that are taking social media seriously is increasing. I come from the academia, teaching at university, and I remember around 2016, a professor, a colleague of mine came and asked me, "But Spire, what are you doing on social media? What are you doing on Facebook?" Of course, I could clearly see that the kind of attitude that he had towards Facebook was that it was an unserious space. And he felt that the ideas he deals with as a philosopher were not really meant for spaces like Facebook. 2 years later, the same colleague contacted me asking that I share some information for him on Twitter. And I had to ask him the same question, but inverted. What are you doing in the classroom? Yes, the same way he was asking what I was doing on social media. So even those that over time have seemed to shun social media thinking that it's unserious are seeing, first of all, how many people are there and how many things are happening out of what starts as a small tweet, what starts as a small post on Facebook. We may underestimate social media if we do not think of especially the number of young people who are there and the kinds of things that they are doing there. I took interest in following my students, a number of my students, not really stalking them, but to see the kinds of things they do there. You're teaching a student human rights, but you check and find that they're on Twitter, they are on Instagram, wherever, you don't find anything to do with human rights featuring. And I used to ask them, but if you're training to become a human rights activist, advocate, how are you marketing yourself if in this space you have where you're not really restricted, you're not saying anything about yourself as someone who is curious about human rights? But I've seen that over time, over the years, it's really changing. You see that young people are trying very much to position themselves in particular ways. In Uganda, it's called Okwera Visa or something like that. Okwetega, yeah, Okwetega might mean something else. But you realize that each of them is trying very much to be seen, sometimes to be seen in ways that are not really appropriate, but many of them want to be seen, what they are doing, what they are trying to innovate, or even when they are trying to express something, to bring out their voice over what they are uncomfortable with. So I would say generally I'm happy with the trend that I'm seeing, and also happy with the fact that even institutions that never took social media seriously, first of all, many of them are opening up social media accounts, government bodies, government officials, and that they are engaging with people there. Of course, it's quite unruly, and I really credit those who try. Because of the insults and all that. But you see that they are noticing it's a space they cannot ignore, they cannot continue avoiding.
Yes, so I would love to ask you this briefly. Are you making money off social media? We largely see that in the gig economy, people who have numbers in terms of following and also numbers in terms of engagement, seen as social media influencers and therefore given money. Doctor, you have big numbers. Are you making money?
Am I making money? Is that another way of asking, are you funded by foreigners?
At least I'm not coming from that perspective. Are you hired as a social media influencers, perhaps?
Yeah, just kidding. I often tell people that in my brain there is a part that is either partly functional or almost dead, and that is the entrepreneurial part. I don't really look at social media for business, and I'm not saying it's not a good thing. It is, and I often encourage people to do so. But if you ask me what I've gained from social media financially, there isn't really much that I can point to. I have not commercialized my page. People have asked me to advertise for them things. I don't advertise. Maybe people who would later come and they've seen your cartoons and ask, could you draw for us cartoons, to commission me to draw cartoons for a certain campaign? Yeah, which happens, but rarely. So I haven't really done so, but if I wanted, I think I would have made a lot of money. It's just a matter of choice that I've not prioritized that, but I know that it has that capacity.
Oh yes, and just before we get to Doreen, workspaces have increasingly, and the COVID-19 period and the post-COVID-19 period proved that the physical environment is not the only space we can work in, and therefore there was an introduction of remote working, people working on Zoom, on Teams, among other platforms, and strongly utilizing technological devices. At least you got a new gadget to draw cartoons, I saw, and you're trying to ask if you would give out the one that you had, the older one. How has digital activism helped to amplify on grounds of recognition, but also on the urgency of securing a digital environment that can enable remote working, one, but then issues of also affordability in terms of technological devices and affordability of the internet, and also issues of safety and security as far as digital workers are concerned?
That's quite a loaded one. First, as I said earlier, the digital environment has expanded a lot. The internet, specifically social media, has expanded what people can do, what they can imagine, where they can reach, where they can go, where they can't go. There are people we always dreamt of meeting, and we thought we would never get there, that you get to interact with on social media, and eventually even meet them physically. All along, it has always been that if you want to be heard, if you want your innovation to be seen, you either look for the papers, you look for TV, you look for radio. But I see many young people today making a name out of nowhere. Suddenly, even companies are looking for that particular person as an influencer. Why? Because that is where the numbers are. And how do they get the numbers? Well, through doing different things, some of which we might not be comfortable doing. At times it is fake stories or getting these things that are quite sensational. And when they generate the numbers, that's when they shift to more serious stuff. But what I want to mostly emphasize is the fact that young people are getting to know that you don't always have to look for others, but you can always position yourself in such a way that others look for you. You can always innovate, even when you're talking about digital inclusion, expansion. Sometimes the devices you have are not that unique or the kind of state-of-the-art devices. You have a phone that can do all this, this, and that. When I started the porthole exhibition sometime last year, there are some people who came up to say that I was funded. And I asked them, but what would I even need the funds for? For the entire exhibition, I used data of around 20,000. Actually, I think it was even less than 20,000 for the entire exhibition. The kind of phone I was using at the time, it was an iPhone 6, which I had carried for the last 6 years. So it wasn't really new, not that different from even if I had a different kind of phone. I was going to say Techno, but I felt it would be offensive. Yeah. Even if I was carrying any other kind of phone, I still think I would be able to do it because it's mostly about imagination. It's mostly about studying society in the first place. I think that's where we might need to put more emphasis. As a teacher at university, I noticed that many of our young people lack imagination, and that our education system has contributed a lot towards that, towards killing imagination, where we simply produce people that are meant to reproduce what they are given in class. A teacher comes, teaches, gives you this as the answer, the possible questions. Up to university, you find students who are asking, what is the question approach? How many points? That kind of education system will produce people who cannot think beyond what they are provided. So we find people who have so many resources around them. They have a phone, but they cannot imagine how they can use
that phone to go beyond what they are complaining about, and many other things. So there are limitations, certainly, in terms of access to internet, the prices, data, but the bigger challenge could be with imagination, even with the limited data, the limited the phones that we have. You would still ask, what are we doing within our limitations? And sometimes it's quite below par. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And now I get to Doreen. Doctor just mentioned state of the art. And within the earlier sessions that we had, so many issues have been spoken about: internet accessibility, penetration, affordability, personal data protection. And the question is, what do we understand or not understand as far as the digital landscape of this country is concerned? As workers, workplaces, but then also work. The fact that it's highly digitalized or getting digitalized.
Yes, sorry about that. So, okay, this has taken a lot of my time, and let me hope I still remember the question. So what we understand or not understand about the digital landscape? I would answer it probably in two parts, and I'm hoping you're asking this as citizens of Uganda.
Of course we are citizens, unless we have some people in the room who are not citizens.
Yes.
We are.
So what we understand is, and I appreciate and agree with Doctor, is that digital landscape has really created a lot of opportunity, breaking boundaries, changing work. It has created opportunities. I know so many people I studied with and are actually working abroad but staying here. Platform workers, changing how traditional advertising used to be, and now you have to get followers so that you can get an advert, as opposed to, you know, I've worked in media before, and I know that companies used to pay over 10 million for TV stations to run a few seconds of their adverts in a day. So that kind of environment has changed so much, and trust me, people have really taken that up. But what is not very well embraced yet, and that is me not trying to use the word understood, is it creates a different form of human being. You have to be as agile as possible in terms of skills, in terms of what you should do next, positioning yourself. It's not the kind that used to let you stay at home previously and probably apply their hiring manager. No, even while you're employed, you're learning new skills, you should be doing things differently, and that has not really been well embraced. And I know that so many people go back to quickly blame the system that is educating us, but the digital economy has made it in such a way that it's giving you the basic skills. After that, that agility has to come from you. You have to become a different specialty every other time, and that is what the digital landscape has actually brought.
Can workers afford the internet to be able to keep agile and very fast as the digital landscape is?
Okay, affordability really ranges. And now speaking on behalf of the ministry, it is something that we actually really working towards. And we have tried to, because there are so many other things, you know, we are in a sector that is largely privatized. And with privatization, you have this power in the licensing tool, but also licensing must not be disabling. It has to be regulated in a way that it is not squeezing this one or this one. So we are moving towards the direction of having a bit of sovereignty. And when a country has sovereignty, most countries that we give examples of, this place has cheap internet, this place has cheap internet, most of those countries actually have government-owned networks. And you'll appreciate that the biggest access to internet that we are using is actually mobile. And that is sort of the most expensive internet compared to these people who buy fiber to the home or fixed access. That has gone down like in a big in a big scale because also the government is into fixed fiber as well. So that has gone down. But the only issue is you will not appreciate it as a whole so much because most of us are actually accessing using mobile internet, which is a bit still on the high end, of course, compared to our income levels, not other countries, but our income levels. But we are moving towards that, and we are trying to use all the technology, all the tools that we are having under the Uganda Communications Commission and the ministry to get that also a bit down.
Yes, you mentioned the level of moving and the direction. What strategies are in place from the ministry to prepare Ugandans for the rapidly evolving work system? Because we do appreciate that the future of work is digital. We are going to increasingly get into the digital space. Any strategies from the ministry?
Yes, I was very glad in the earlier sessions where people kept randomly throwing the digital transformation roadmap in there because that is the big vision that the Ministry of ICT is having right now. And in the digital transformation roadmap, we have 5 pillars. And one of those is increasing infrastructure and connectivity, that is leaving no one behind throughout the country. Improving digital skills, that is beyond public servants, even than ordinary citizens. Increasing cybersecurity and data protection, and that has already been discussed earlier. Getting government services digital and online, and I think you can attest to that, to the few services that are now online, and promoting innovation and entrepreneurship. And under those pillars, we're actually doing initiatives, and one of them is, the Ministry of ICT is tasked to increase a particular number of jobs per year because of the potential of ICT and the digital space. So we are investing heavily in business process outsourcing, the whole value chain from the policy side to the infrastructure, to making sure you have affordable devices, to also bargain with companies that actually take on the people that have been trained. And this is not just in isolation because, of course, like I said, this sector is a lot private, so the government cannot do alone. So we are doing this in partnership, and we've had a number of partnerships, even including skilling, even with policy, where we have even focused on ladies or on marginalized communities so that they can get the actual digital skills. And then also, we've also rolled out innovation hubs, regional. Well, they are still, it's work in progress. They're still being equipped, utilization and all. But those regional hubs have developed actually local products, where as opposed to before where we used to get systems from abroad, now Ugandans make local products that government can take on, hence providing employment, improving their skills, having things that can actually be replicated by other people. So we are generally moving in those 4 pillars to try and prepare the citizens and communities in that manner.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned something very key on the deliberate effort that you have put towards marginalized groups, and particularly women. Policy recently undertook an assessment within the 7 countries, and the key findings from Uganda, we discovered that one of the challenges, especially for women in media, is the issue of digital safety and security, but then the capacity to also respond to the challenges that come with the evolving digital working and the digital space as well. And my question is, within the broad interventions that the ministry has, do you have specific policy strategies that you have in place to be able to protect women, especially women in media, as the most vulnerable, and even women human rights defenders and politicians as far as digital safety and security is concerned? You have mentioned at the level of capacity building and partnership. What about the policy level?
So during policy development, there are a number of, I will call them checkboxes at the risk of being told that they are just checkboxes. So there are a number of checkboxes that we usually have, and some of them include considerations of marginalized communities, that is women, youth, and PWDs. So in our policy development, we have that process where we go to Equal Opportunities Commission, and they have to give their report on the analysis of how this policy actually meets the criteria of how it addresses those problems. And I'm not saying that we usually score 100% because the digital economy has really been changing. You're still dealing with how people are managing their passwords, and then people are getting people's photos and changing them like how the gentleman showed us with AI. So because it's really, it's fast-paced, the policy that we could have already fallen short even when we've just brought it out. But we usually have that measure, not just as Ministry of ICT, but as whole of government, and that is why Equal Opportunities Commission is there, to make sure that whatever policies that we have out there are considering the marginalized communities.
Okay, thank you, Doreen. I guess the audience will tell us if at all the equal opportunities are being realized and utilized as well. So getting back to Doctor, we then wish to understand how do we get to strengthen the individual, the institutional, but also national capacities towards inclusive digital economies?
Yeah, I'm not really an expert in that area, but I would just give what I think needs to be done as a person who has been active out there. First of all, if you're talking about the capacity to use internet innovatively, creatively, and maybe in ways that would support entrepreneurship and all kinds of imaginations that can work, I think before we even talk about these policies and all that, it goes back to, as I said earlier, the education system. Even if you provide all the infrastructure, when you do not have the soft skills, and that is the mental capacity to utilize the infrastructure, to utilize the internet, utilize the gadgets you'll be having, I don't think it will realize much. Because we would ask, still as I said earlier, with all that we have now, which is limited, do we feel like we are getting enough of what is in place? Certainly not, because if you look at, let's say, the social media terrain in Uganda, what is the biggest traffic? It is mostly a traffic of humor. It's mostly a traffic of jokes compared to people who are using it maybe to advertise their work, to come up with innovations. Yeah, I know it can be understood from a psychological angle that a society that is traumatized will invest so much in humor as a way of healing that our social media is generally therapeutic. It's where we run to try to recover from our frustrations. So you clearly see that out there. But it should also send us more into asking, how can we interest our people to, yes, it's good to use it for humor, as happens everywhere. You see, even in all other countries, there is so much humor on social media, but how can we bank on the presence of so many people there? How can we bank on the fact that we are getting more and more people connected to the social media to utilize it in other ways? So it goes back to education. We have, you just not raised it, that the world is changing so fast, at a very fast speed, to the extent that some of the things we are studying now in school, even before you're out of school, it's outdated. The knowledge that we are acquiring, maybe as a human resource officer, by the time you're graduating, it's outdated. As an IT software engineer, your knowledge gets outdated before you're out to apply it, which means that we should invest more and more into building critical thinking. Well, this is partly because of my bias in philosophy, which is my training. But I think if people have open minds, if people have minds that are imaginative in asking questions about why things are the way they are, how we can change things, how we can position ourselves in particular social infrastructures or technologies, I think that's the best way in which we can position ourselves even to benefit more from the digital advancements today. But without that kind of mindset, we are going to continually produce people who wait and ask,
what are you going to do for us? Who have the resources in their hands, but I get so many young people, not only young people, even old people, including my grandparents, sending me messages inbox asking, Aspire, can you put this out for us there? Sometimes before I share those things, I first go to the page of these people to see the kinds of things they are tweeting. I find they've never said anything about, let's say, infrastructure, or even about governance. Now they are sending you a message asking you to put it on your page. I understand there is all this fear and all that, but quite often when you ask, they'll tell you, no, you know you have more followers than me, so when you put it there, more people are going to see it. And I ask them, but where did those followers come from? This is not something that just happens spontaneously, it grows over time. So you position yourself maybe to get to be known that this person is always talking about this and this. Over time, people get to listen. But why is it that we have more people who wait for someone to start doing something, and then they are also trying to do the same or asking them to do it for them? It's because of imagination. I often give this example to show that we have a serious problem with imagination in our society. Look at the kinds of houses we build. Almost 95% of our people in building houses, they are imitating. So you clearly know when you're entering another house what to find where. You know where to find the dining table, you know where to find the sofas, you know where the TV will be positioned. Even the kind of painting, the color that you'll find, you can anticipate. Why? It's because very few of us try to put ourselves into the things we are building to say, this is my particular taste, basing on my preferences, which are this and that. Quite often you'll tell an architect, I want a house, Yagalange Yagundi, because we are not thinking. Same in many other, I'm not saying we are not generally thinking, but there is a gap in imagination. And we can see this in so many other things, with fashion, even simple things like whether to shave our hair or not. Someone decides to remove all their hair because currently that's what everyone is doing. Not asking what is the hair meant for on the head, first of all, before I decide whether to cut it or not. Dressing, you go somewhere and people are asking, why aren't you wearing a suit here? And you ask, why should I be wearing it? And you realize that it is just a process or a society of imitation. We do things because others are doing them. And where society is imitative, you will rarely find inventions. Rarely. Because inventors are usually people who try to go out of the flock, who try to go out of the convention. That's why they are often seen to be weird. They are seen to be weird because they don't act like the herd. Sorry to use the word hard. They don't like try to act like the majority who are imitating each other. They ask, if everyone is going this side, why not go the other side? And it's after they have gone there, sometimes after a number of years, that everyone says, oh, by the way, I think we should be going that side as well. And all this is, I think it originates from the kind of education that we get. So we should first ask ourselves that question. Why is our education system producing more imitators than creators? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Ladies and gentlemen, critical thinking. Allow me roll it back to you to give us the critical thinking from your side. Thank you so much. I open the floor for questions for the panel.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My question goes to Spire. How can an individual protect himself from consuming false information on internet at individual level? Because whereas we are receiving information from internet, specifically social media, and some information be true, but also there is false information on social media. How can I, Edgar Noe, regulate the consumption of false information on social media? Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. My question is in line with Doctor's critical thinking and creativity in Ugandans as general. I do agree that us Ugandans have a creativity issue and we are very impressionable. However, my question stems from this very idea. In as much as there is a digital shift, we cannot ignore the importance of formal education. So my question revolves around the impact of the digital shift on minors and school-going children, because now that you have jobs like influencers and content creators, we have an issue where someone's going, like the kids are saying, we don't want to go to school because I don't need this education to be an influencer, which is very dangerous for the future because if they don't go, you still need a level of formal education. So my question is, what are we doing about the impact of the digital shift on the education system and on minors specifically? Thank you.
Thank you so much, and for bringing the Dr. Spire, the man I normally follow keenly. I'm so honored to see him physically. My question goes to him. At what stage should critical thinking begin? Because for you, I understand you are at university. Is it maybe at primary level, or because for you normally interface with people who are already mature? Maybe some people are in 25 years. Maybe if they have not been reading so much, it's very hard maybe to. So my question to you is, what is your view? At what stage of education should critical thinking be beginning? Or where do we lose it all as a nation? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. My name is Stephen Twesije. It's also my good pleasure and honor to meet a wonderful man I've always been trying to follow as a young politician, and it's good that I've met you today. So you posed a question to us that why is the education system continuing to produce imaginers than creators? Maybe as a UNICEF Innovation Youth Champion of last year, there is I would like to inform the House that as we're in that program, we try to demand the Ministry of Education and Sports via the Directorate for Industrial Training to put a program we named as social innovation, such that this program of social innovation, it basically includes those issues of critical thinking, problem solving, right? Like they're very off school, but also as we are trying to now interrogate it, we now come to realize that actually when someone goes to DIT, they consider those people as maybe the failures, they failed school. But so now our point of view is that can we have now this program? I'm so happy that of recent, the ministry launched it. It is now enrolled with the Directorate for Industrial Training at to have it. So can we, my point would be that maybe can we have the what? The education practitioners also push for this up to university so that someone can go and enroll in this course directly, not through DIT or something like that.
Okay.
There we shall produce people
you.
who are creators, not
Thank you.
imaginers.
Thank you very much. I would just request for 3 minutes, just 1 minute, Doctor, to respond to the questions, and 1 minute to Doreen to just give up her closing remarks as well. A minute for each of us.
Yeah, thanks so much for the questions and reflections. I don't know what I can do with 1 minute to answer all that.
You can
but
select.
I'll try. I'll try. What can we do to manage false information or to go about not being trapped to follow false information? Yeah, I think we all realize that in the past the challenge we had was how to access information, where to find it. Now the challenge we have is how to sieve right from wrong from the heap of information that we are bombarded with every day. And that the skill we need more is that of discernment, the skill of sieving. And at the risk of boring you, I'll still take you back to critical thinking. That is mostly what we lack, why many of our people are gullible, that even a thing that appears right from face value that this is false, you'll find someone sharing it. And they'll even try to defend it as a truth. And we have to keep asking ourselves, where is all this coming from? Where is the impulsiveness coming from, the gullibility, that things which, if our primary education to start with was okay, people would have been able to know that this is a lie. Even an adult with a degree is not able to tell that it's a lie. Yeah, I think it goes back to that. Certainly even common sense is involved. But if I insist a lot on common sense, it might mean that maybe some don't have it, which I don't want to say. Yeah, so that, the training ourselves to ask why, training ourselves to question whatever we receive. I should say that I'm privileged. Much of what I'm saying is because I had a chance to study philosophy. Maybe if I studied something else, I wouldn't be speaking like this. And in philosophy, the first lesson often is that a human being is a person asking why. And we are told to repeatedly ask why for everything. Everything you're confronted with, you should be able to ask why, including questioning the highest of things that we are not expected to ask, the idea of God. Does God exist? If God exists, why does this happen? Why is there evil in the world? Why are there earthquakes that kill innocent people if God is good? Not necessarily to mean that you're questioning him, but it is the reason why we got the brain. I don't think God gave us the brain as a souvenir that when you die, you return it to me and say, okay, you gave me this, I kept it intact, here it is. I think he gave it to us and then placed us in a world which is like a puzzle. So we are supposed to answer the questions that we are confronted with using that brain, but it has to be trained to be able to sharpen it. The impact of the digital shift on education and minors, certainly a huge one. And I'm not really saying that we should emphasize the digital, that we should emphasize the virtual at the expense of the physical and other spaces. The socialization, very important as well, because we are facing many problems today because of the, there is some voice in the background that is destructive.
I request that my panel is maintained. Whoever's playing the videos for the interest of time.
Yeah, yes, we realize that social media is affecting us in many ways, especially contributing to the impulsiveness I've been talking about, and the fact that many people no longer think, that we are busy all day on phone, some of us,
forwarding, receiving and forwarding, no time for thinking. And you ask yourself that if all the time one is either typing or reading what has been typed, when do we think? Because ideally every person should have time off specifically for thinking, at least an hour a day. Should be more, where you just sit and reflect. But a person who is either talking or sending things all day, when do they think about what they are sending? So I agree with you that the digital shift has come with that big problem where the road has become the driver. And in this case, the road is the internet. And we are being driven by the road instead of us being the drivers on the road. We don't pause to reflect about many things that are critical, and minors are getting... Today, I attended in the morning a master's defense of a student who wrote about social media and human sociality, how social media is transforming the socialization of human beings. And she had very interesting findings of children at home who can no longer pay attention to their parents, parents who can't pay attention to their children, people who are dating who can't pay attention to those they are dating. You're both out, but everyone is busy paying attention to the one who is away. So everyone is keener on those who are not around than the ones who are around. So certainly all this has an impact not only on our brains, but also on the kind of society that we are shaping, and linking it to the theme of this panel on innovation. If you cannot concentrate, what can you innovate? Even here, you'll find that someone has checked their phone about 10 times in a space of 20 minutes. If we can't pay attention just for 1 hour, can you get the time off to think, to innovate? So I agree with you. What stage should critical thinking start? Right from childhood, right from home. Parents, as we train our children, how we socialize them. Many of our homes in our cultural settings are dictatorial. I don't know, I wouldn't want to generalize, but many of our cultures do not encourage children to question. We don't encourage children to ask why. We don't encourage children to engage us as parents. Now, when a child grows up in such an environment, I don't think you're teaching them to think critically. These things that we keep repeating, Magezi, old age is wisdom, even where there is clear evidence at times that it's not there. But a child must obey, must respect. I think this is partly the process through which we socialize dictators. We produce dictators, complain about them, but our cultures are structured in such a way that we have to produce dictators. Elders who should not be questioned by young people. And if young people cannot question, are they going to learn to think? And very lastly, the course on critical thinking, I would only say I support. I'm trying with colleagues to come up with a short course on critical thinking, which should be open to the public and without restricting it. Maybe the minimum should be someone who has completed P7. Yeah, but it is still in very early stages. Maybe soon we'll communicate from Makerere's Department of Philosophy.
Okay.
Thank you. But it shouldn't be only Makerere. I think every space should find ways of innovating and encouraging critical thinking in their own ways.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And now I get to Doreen. Under a minute, your final submission to the audience.
Thank you. Maybe my final submission would encourage, Uganda has a very huge percentage of the youth. So when you've communicated to the youth, you've communicated to above 60% at the very least. I would encourage people to actually take up opportunities. Through our partnerships, we've actually had free online trainings, a lot of them, hackathons, digital skills trainings, programming classes, data ladies, things like that. But the uptake in our community is very low, and I'm not so sure why people actually don't take these free things seriously. I think Ugandans just like to pay. Every time you put out an advert that it's a free training, low turn up. But then these are meant to prepare you, because the digital space, like we've agreed, it's really evolving. Your skills have to be agile. You have to keep yourself secure. You have to know how to combat bad news or false information. To know how to position yourself. So I encourage people to actually also follow Ministry of ICT pages on X, so that these opportunities are actually taken up, and so that we feel like we're actually contributing and really contributing, not as a policy format, but in real practice.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you so much. That was it from Securing Inclusive Digital Economies. Kindly find much of the work that we have done as policy on our website. Thank you so much.
Another round of applause for our moderator and the panel. Is it just me or all of us, when we hear Dr. Spire talk, we want him to talk like forever? Another round of applause for the panel. Let's, Doctor, just group photo and gift. Thank you. We've had it all today, from building multi-stakeholder digital future for Uganda, to data justice, insights and lessons from Uganda and beyond, to empowering women through digital literacy, to digital identities in Uganda, avoiding the AI trap, human rights and artificial intelligence governance in Uganda, promoting women's economic empowerment and digital rights online in Uganda and Burkina Faso, and finally, securing inclusive digital economies for the future of work. I believe it's been a very fruitful day. Let's have ourselves a big round of applause. It's been really good having you today, talking about the internet, talking about how to make it more impactful to society, how to make it more inclusive, how to make it more accessible. It's been really great conversations. We can go on with these conversations on and on. But it's not just about talking. We need to also start doing. And like I told you, the Americans say, just start. So today, you can begin on a journey of making positive impact in your society using the internet. Today, you can make the internet more accessible to people. Today, you can agitate for a free internet for the public. My name is Basil Mota. I'm an Internet Society 25 Under 25 award recipient. I was also an Internet Governance Fellow in 2017. I am the CEO of AgroDuka. I'm a lawyer, a Salongo. It's been really great having you today. Have a good day, and God bless you. You won't be able to see me here again because I have to invite the president to close. So this is farewell from me. Thank you very much.
Allow me to give my MC a gift too. Ladies and gentlemen, before I invite the gentleman who's going to be giving us a closing speech from the Ministry of ICT, I'll also have my last words here. I'm called Joshua Mpeire, the sitting president of ISOC, the organizers of this event. ISOC is a membership institution which is part of the international ISOC, that is Internet Society. We welcome each and everyone to be a member of this society, and you can go to our website. It is isoc.ug, that is isoc.ug. There you'll find a couple of links that will lead you to begin that process of becoming a member. In that process, you actually become a member of ISOC Global, and within the forms, you're required to choose which chapter, which you'll definitely do, is being Uganda. The other thing is that we shall also be having the East African IGF this year in September, and it is Uganda hosting it. Last year it was in Rwanda, so this year it is us hosting it. So I call upon each and every one of you to be a part of it, reach out. Let's do something even bigger than we have done today. Come listen to what is going on in the other countries, our sister countries, the neighbors. So please, just reach out to us and let's make something out of it. I would also like to thank our sponsors, the Ministry of ICT and the Innovation Hub. I would also like to thank Enabel, Policy, CIPESA, African Center for Media Excellence, and the ISOC Foundation. The ISOC Foundation is actually the one that helps get this ball rolling. I would also like to thank each and every speaker who has been on this podium. I thank you guys so much for coming up with all these wonderful ideas, sharing with us what you're doing. It has been a really, really insightful thing, because many times you're working in silos, but through these events, you get to know what other people are also doing. I'd like to thank the ISOC team who have tirelessly been here working, the volunteers who have made it possible. Thank you so, 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 so much. I believe this year we managed to make a bigger and better forum. My takeaways for today, and I hope each and everyone has their takeaways, was from part of the quote from someone who was here. Never walk alone. This is something multi-sectoral. Even if you want a beautiful internet, you can't do it alone. So we all need each other. You need the government, you need your regulator. You may look at it as punitive, but actually it is required. In one of the discussions we had yesterday, I was talking to a lawyer actually who was giving the background to some of these laws and why they are the way they are at this current time. Because the technology is moving so fast, so they try to scope each and everything, so they just define things very broadly. Because once you're on the receiving side of the bad publicity, that's when you really want the law to work for you. So yes, you can't walk alone. So I would like to invite Mr. Agaba from Ministry of ICT to give us our closing speech from the ministry. Thank you so much. The ministry has been supporting us through this event throughout the years, not only this year. So thank you, Mr. Agaba.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Saxa Gaba. I'm an ICT engineer in the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. And it is my singular honor to give closing remarks on behalf of the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. I would love to extend my sincere gratitude to the organizers, to the speakers, for their very valuable contributions and insights. And indeed, this forum has underpinned the need for a collaborative and inclusive approach to issues of internet governance. And as the ministry, we recognize the need for robust policies and frameworks that enhance digital inclusion and cybersecurity. And as we move forward, let's foster the spirit of public-private partnerships to build a resilient digital infrastructure and inclusivity, and also uphold principles of transparency, accountability, and human rights in all aspects of internet governance. I encourage each one of you now to take back the insights, the action points back to your organizations for more meaningful and digital inclusive engagements going forward. So I thank you once again for all your contributions, and I look forward to more future collaborations and engagements. Thank you so much.
There is tea just out there. When you're done with the photo, feel free to grab a cup of tea and a bite. I don't know if someone can Google how long can a smile last.